Video. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. My name is Prem Sundaram. I'm the president of RISE Foundation UK. Welcome to the third edition of the RISE 24 webinar. I would like to say a few words about our charity, RISE Foundation Leicestershire. Our charity is registered and was set up 3 years back by a group of friends living in Leicestershire who want to make a change in the community. The main aim of our charity is to dedicate it to advancement of community education and promotion of health and well-being by organizing various workshops, meetings, seminars, and courses. Our motto is sharing is caring. We have hosted various events like the webinar. This is the third edition. And we also done something called Glenby Talks, where a lot of useful information was given to the public. And Glenby Walkathon to make people in our local community to walk and to be active. Community sports events. And for last 2 years, we have been conducting mini medical interviews. This is for potential students who wants to join medical schools. And last year, we conducted 2 events, two weekends. And this year also, we are planning so. If you want more information regarding this, you can look at our website. We have supported various charities like Banyan Charity, charity for mentally challenged in India. Burkitt's House, is a school for children with autism. Looked after children in Nottingham. This is the third edition of the RISE webinar.
Kavi, I think you need to mute your screen.
Sorry about this delay. So I was talking about our charity. I'm going to start once again. Welcome to the third edition of RISE 24 webinar. My name is Prem Sundaram. I'm the president of the charity. And I would like to say a few words about our charity, RISE Foundation, Leicestershire. Our charity is registered and was set up 3 years back by a group of friends who want to make a change in the community. And our charity is dedicated to advancement of community education and also promotion of health and well-being by organizing various workshops, seminars, meetings, and courses. Our motto is sharing is caring. We have hosted various events like this 24 webinar. This is the third edition, something called Glenby Talks and Glenby Walkathon, where we wanted the local community to be active by making them walk over the weekends. Community sports events, where it was very much liked by both adults and children. And for the last 2 years, we have also been conducting medical interview courses. And this is for the potential medical students who want to get into the medical school. In fact, last year we conducted 2 weekends, and this year also we're planning for 2 weekends. If you need more information, you can look at our website. We have supported various charities like Banyan Charity. This is a charity for mentally challenged women in India, and the money was collected from our first webinar, which happened in 2020. And we also supported the Burkitt's House, which is a special needs school for children with autistic spectrum disorders, and looked after children at Nottingham, and Leicester Children's Hospital Charity. And I want to talk to you about something about RISE 24 webinar. This is going to be the third edition. And last 2 years, we had a very successful webinar where we had more than 2,500 attendees, and we raised £5,000 for the charity in the last 2 years. The present webinar is going to be very interesting. We have got 30 international speakers from various places in UK, India, and also America. And there are going to be topics ranging from finance, health awareness, technology, environment, hobbies, and social media. On behalf of RISE Foundation trustees, I would like to thank all the speakers and moderators who have agreed to participate, give the time. I also want to thank all the audience who are going to join this. I'd be grateful if you could donate for a charity, RISE Foundation. The link will be already been sent, and we will also give the link in the chat. And we reassure you that every penny that we collect today is going to be used for the noble cause. If you need more information about our charity, you can find out about our charity website. I'll put the link in the chat. It's www.ricefoundationuk.com. And hope you enjoy the next 24 hours. And we've got a very interesting times. I'm going to invite Dr. Selva and also to take over the session, and he's going to moderate the talk.
Thank you very much, Prem. I hope everyone can hear me. Thanks to the RISE team for organizing yet another wonderful 24-hour webinar. We've always enjoyed this, and I'm sure we've all have received excellent feedback from across the globe for this very unique webinar, shall we say, with a range of exciting topics. So to start off today, the first talk is going to be another very interesting and something I'm really looking forward to, like all of you, which is property investment. So we've all historically been told that property investment and gold are the two safe investment bets, but does that still hold true with the changing economic climate, especially in the UK with rising interest rates? I'm sure you have a lot of questions. To talk about this, we have an excellent speaker with a great track record, Dr. Prabhu Chellamuthu, who is a GP and, shall I say, an entrepreneur too, who has got an MBA from the University of Glasgow, and his interests include diversification of investments and new venture. And I'm really excited to hear from Dr. Prabhu Chellamuthu. So without further ado, let's welcome Dr. Prabhu.
Thanks, Silva. That was quite what shall I say, a very broad kind of introduction to me. I don't think I deserve so much. I'm just a normal GP with some interest in a little bit of investments and new ventures. That is all is my forte at the moment. But I'm first of all, I think I should thank you, all of you, to invite me to this RISE Foundation. I hear a lot of good things about the foundation, especially the charter of the foundation, as well as how it is being run over the past few years. So that's really a feather in the cap for these folks. And yet again, they have demonstrated in many ways that the foundation is for a noble and a notable cause. So it is really a privilege for me to be here. What we will do is, I think, what we will try to do in investments is it's a very broad topic. We will cover areas of how property as an investment is something we can look at, and how it could make or it could develop as something which we could step up as we go along in our let's say personal or in business aspects, to develop and make it work for us. So this is what I'm going to look at, and probably share my thoughts on some broad perspectives, and then open the forum for more questions. I think when we question, we can get more answers to what we think. So it's more of a sharing of ideas would probably be my way of looking at today's next 40-45 minutes, if that's fine. So what I'm going to do is probably share my screen, if that's okay. Let's try and do this, because I'm not 100% sure how it's going to happen. Let's try this. So, is that fine?
Yes, Prabhu, we can see your presentation. Yes, thank you.
Great. Okay. So let's see. Property investments. I'm gonna touch a few basics here. What does a portfolio really mean? Many folks ask this in many topics of discussion. A portfolio. Portfolio is, in English, it's defined as something you have a plate with different dishes or different aspects to one particular need for what we want to do. Creating an investment portfolio or a property portfolio. Now, these are two different questions we have to look at. Whether it's investments means you're diversifying investments. So that can be in property, it can be in stocks and shares, it could be in various others, bitcoins or gold for that matter, or even cryptocurrencies and stuff like that. But here, when I'm talking about portfolio, I'm going to just keep my talk just on the property alone. So what is a property portfolio mean? On purely personal basis, it will be only two, and that will be buy to let and buy to sell. So when I say create a property portfolio, we are going to make ourselves talk about only these two aspects, unless we want to think about businesses and investments as a broader perspective, which I will briefly touch upon as we go. But for this talk, we will just say buy to let and buy to sell, and we can look at how we would like to do that on a practical basis. Most of my kind of ideas would be for the UK market, but I don't think it is too different to other markets as well. So if you are say in Hong Kong or Singapore or in the United States or in India, the basic is going to be pretty much similar. Obviously, there are a little bit of challenges and issues to that unique geography, or to do with the aspects of law and legalities which can follow. Apart from that, as far as the investment goals go and the investment strategies go, they are all similar across wherever you stay. So with that in mind, I'm going to just briefly touch upon how to invest and what kind of investment are we talking about. Are you an individual? Are you an investor? Or are you part of a business? Now, these three things are very crucial for us to make it very clear. Whether you are a person who has a family of a few members, that we call as an individual. An investor is going to be somebody who has money and he or she wants to join up with others and invest in property. The business is something which you have or a group of folks have, and they have come to a point where they think that instead of renting properties, they would like to actually invest in properties and make that as a portfolio for them. So we need to figure out where do we fit in, or in one or maybe all three. It all depends on individuals' assumptions and ideas of how they want to invest. For this topic, again, we are going to talk more about the individual, but also there is a little bit of investor notion, which will be useful as well as we go along. If you look at this slide, I'm just giving you one important positive and one important negative of being an individual investor in property, or an investor in the property, or a business investor in property. So when you're an individual, the positive is, yes, you have full control of what you're going to do. So right from the inception of the idea to buying the property, and later on, many years later, you might want to sell it for a profit, you are in control. The negative is obviously, it is a very high risk strategy because it is draft with a lot of issues because you are going to take all decisions. So whether it's going to be profit or loss, everything is going to be on your head. Though, looking at the historical aspects of brick and mortar has always been a pretty good investment strategy, even for an individual. But there are people who have burned the fingers when they invest in a property, and actually it can go pretty wrong. So if you're an individual investor in property, you're in full control, but it's a very high risk strategy. Now, of course, let's see the next bit. When you're an investor, how does that go? So in an investor, meaning when I say an investor, you're a group of folks, like let's say 5, 10, 15, 20, however many, or even 2 or 3. You group together, you pick money, with each other and share it, and then you want to go on and purchase a property. And in that case of being an investor, the biggest positive is that it's going to be an equity. So equity of control, equity of risks, equity of you say everything is going to be equitable. And the loss or profit is going to be equitable. So the risk is actually reduced considerably. The negative, important negative, is loss of control, because even though you may be the board of directors or shareholders, you are really at the mercy of others' decisions as well, though you might have a say, an important say, percentage of say, or however the investor limited company can act, but still there is a significant loss of control. The third bit is if you are a business investor into the property, it is kind of a moderate risk, because when you think as if you're operating as a business, everything which the business accrues is for the business. So it is not an individual who's affected, it is the business that is affected, your entity of a business limited company that is affected. So the risk is actually not as bad when you consider that to that of an individual. The negative is it's a tied up one. So it's all the money generation, or right from the inception to selling the property later on, all of it is tied up to the business. So the business, it rises and falls with the business, as they say. So it's a question of how the business fares. If the business is faring fine, the property will do well as well. And even if the property is not occupied, it will be fine because the businesses tend to shore up or support the property. So it in that way, business levels some of the risks. That's why we put this as a moderate risk. But as I said, the negative is it's heavily tied up to the business day-to-day functioning. So this is probably something which anyone who wants to go into a business should figure out where he or she is going to be in this, let's say, quagmire in a sense, because are you an individual? Are you a person who wants to do on your own? Are you going to be joining up together and do the business of property on properties, or you form your own business investing in properties? So these are the three kind of investors we usually find. There are other institutional investors, big time investors, pensions and all that, but I don't think that is relevant to us. These are the three which will probably be relevant to about 99% of what we are. So let's go to the next slide. And I'm going to go into a little bit of detail about properties as such. The first bit is, of course, to figure out what is the right property to invest. And this is a big decision, because whether you want a property to be off scale, when I say off scale, it's just on the map. A developer is building it and he is selling it to us, a dream. He says 2 to 5 years later, this property is going to come up. You would have found a lot of folks approaching you to buy these properties which is off scale or just in the drawing room. Is this a good option to buy when it is not even there? This is a question which we need to really figure out ourselves and get a lot of help from others as well, which means that who are these developers? We have to figure out who are these developers, what kind of track record they have, and where are they building. This is pretty important, because where do they build, their track record, are two important components when we are looking at the right property to invest. Many a time what happens is the builders can be extremely good, but they choose a place where it may not be really a place where the return of investment may be great. Now, you may have to question that, because even though the name of the developer can be great, why are they doing it? They may do for many reasons. For the developers have this habit of building a property for their own purposes. This is some detail which I want to go in, because some of the developers, they have plenty of money, and the money they want to show as negatives. So in their records, they want to make it appear as a loss. This has happened in the past. So even with big developers, they do it only on occasions, though, because they don't want their name to be tarnished, but they do it nonetheless. So we have to be very careful of where they do and why they build the property. So what is the right property? So is it off scale? That's one which I just built on. The second is obviously an already developed property which is coming for sale, and you want to buy, renovate, and then rent it out. The third bit is renovation per se. So very old properties which are in dilapidated states and they come up for auction. You buy them and you renovate them all through your company's effort. These three important aspects we need to keep in mind: whether it's going to be off scale, whether it's going to be something which is already there, you're going to buy and rent it out, or you're going to buy an old dilapidated building and you're going to make it refurbish and then rent it out or sell. The second crucial bit is, once you've done that bit, you have to think about managing it, because management is a crucial bit when property portfolios are done. How do you manage a property? Because of the legalities involved. With every year, what I find personally is the legalities are increasing. We are when we buy a property to let, we are almost like godfather, so to speak, for the rentee. So that means that there is a lot of health and safety regulations we can't even evict people. And rules change, rules are changing between the countries of the United Kingdom as well. In Scotland, there are some legal issues which is quite unique to this place. And in England, in some of the councils, there are some unique things to look at. All this is very difficult for let's say, for busy professionals or for busy folks. So if you are really thinking about getting into the property investment, then you have to really look at management per se. Whether are you going to do it, or your family members are going to do it, or are you going to give this to someone else so that they can help you in doing it? There are many reliable, good property managers who could be of help. Obviously, there is a fee associated, but if you look at the whole gamut of the management of properties, it would be better if it is given to a legal or a management firm. Leading on to that would be the understanding the rules and regulations. Even though there are property managers for you, we will need to have a very good understanding of the rules and regulations, especially coming to health and safety and how we present a property to our tenants. So there's a lot of things which we have to include in insurances to making sure that nothing negative falls upon our name. So these three aspects are something which we need to be very careful of and make a lot of our own self-knowledge. For our own understanding, we need to gain more information. And in a way, without these three aspects, it will be very difficult to do the next step. Let's go to the next bit. Now, this again is crucial in our ways as we step along into the property investment. We need to quickly realize what kind of properties we want to invest in. Is it residential or commercial? I'm not going to go into too much detail about the aspects as such, about how much returns it's going to give you, but I'll touch basic differences between these because it's important, because people should not be afraid of commercial properties, investing in commercial properties. Many of my friends are afraid about commercial properties. But to be fair, if you take the risk about commercial properties, the return of investment is actually better for a longer term. But obviously, there's risks involved as well as with any investment. So it is something which we need to keep in mind, that it is just not residential property, but you need to think about commercial properties as well. Residential property, there is no big, it's not something which we don't know, because most of us have bought a property. The only difference is going to be in terms of buying to let or buying to sell. That's the only caveat to a residential property. But other than that, it's pretty much similar to owning our own property. So a residential property means it's a cheaper investment. Your mortgages are going to be easy to find. One of the negative aspects is going to be the shorter leases, because most of the buy-to-let lease will be maybe 3, 6 months, 12 months, 2 years. I've not seen leases more than 2 years. One of my property, and I was surprised. It was in London that the tenant asked for 5 years, and I said, "Well, no, I'm not going to do that, because it's not good when you're doing a residential property for having too long a lease." Quite the contrary when it comes to a commercial property. When it is a commercial property, the leases tend to be longer. It can be even 10 years, 20 years, 30 years lease. And if you find the right tenant for your commercial property, a hotel or a health center or you name it, it's very good. It means that you can actually sit back and do a lot of other stuff, because that commercial property which you have rented out is going to really give you money, generate money for you for a long duration. And also remember, in the clauses of the commercial properties, there is that even the repairs and all that is included. And that means that it is the rentee who will take care of all those aspects of the commercial property. So which in a way is good. And also bear in mind that there is a lower stamp duty for commercial properties when you're buying them and letting them out. So in essence, please don't be put off if it is a commercial property. The important aspects which I have mentioned earlier in my slides, that applies to both of these. So even if your comfort factor is only residential properties, no problem, you please go ahead with them. But never don't ever think that commercial properties are going to be a bad one, because it has to be considered at some point when you are up the ladder. Maybe you can start with the residential property, and as we go along, you could try investing in the commercial properties as well. This is important. So having touched upon the aspects of how the strategies go, one of the most important strategies for us to figure out right early on, even before you invest, is the exit strategy. Many a time, people do not get this right. And when you don't get the exit strategy right in the investing, and regardless of whichever investment you do, in property investment, it's more important because you should know when to exit. When is the time for you to come out? When you're investing, the name or the definition of investment per se is that we are looking at a long term. So when we're talking about exit strategies, we are going to plan for, let's say, at least 5 and at the most about 20 to 30 years. If you look at, because we may be in various stages of our lives, and given the education of kids, given how we are, maybe we are newly married, maybe we are quite late into this property development or property investment, we need to figure out this aspect of when you're buying and when you're going to sell, and when you're going to when you come out, because the coming out business can be quite a bit of a headache for all of us. So we need to figure this out quite early on. So even before you buy the property, you should know, what is my purpose of this investment? Of course, everybody wants a profit. So that's a no-brainer. The second bit is, if there is no profit, and if the return of investment is not as good, are we going to still persevere with it? Or do we want to go for a no profit, no loss aspect? So that is something which we need to keep in mind. Now, this can happen in 2 years' time, 5 years' time, 10 years' time, 15 years' time, 20 years' time. It doesn't matter, because this dynamics can always change with the properties, because some properties you might have felt that this is, oh, that's a great potential we have got. But with with time, that place may change, and the dynamics of that place may change. Universities may shut down, or new universities may come up. So there may be aspects where the tenants are quite, let's say, mobile, and they may want your property, or there may be a problem where the tenants may just leave the property for many reasons, because of hooliganism or quite a lot of factors in that particular geography. The exit strategy becomes very crucial then. What do we want to do? Whether we want to sell it or not at that point in time, or do we want to keep that as an asset? The right way to think about is that you need to keep it at least for 5 to 10 years, unless you are really going to be struggling with your finances. The exit strategy should be in such a way that whenever you're investing in a property, whether it's commercial or residential, if you have a plan of about 10 years and above, the negatives are going to be almost vanished. Even if you don't get a great profit, you will be able to recover at least the invested money, as well as a little more. That is more or less has happened in the history of investing in properties. When I say the goals and circumstances, this is important for us to set individual goals. So let's say we set a goal of 10 years, and circumstances can change within that time. So the exit strategy assumes importance. So when things go wrong due to health reasons for us or our families, or things happen in life. So what do? So we need to have a will. So again, it's important that whoever does not have a will, whether it is personal will or corporate wills, it's important. So exit strategies and corporate wills or personal wills are important when we look at the exit. The timing of the exit strategy is crucial. So we may have, let's say, 10 years and beyond when we want to exit, but we need to take into consideration how is the housing market at that time, which will hopefully determine how we want to sell it or keep renting it out. In essence, what I'm trying to tell here about the exit strategy is, please don't be put off by the aspects of people saying to us that the building market and the housing market is terrible, or the renting market is terrible, the commercial aspects are terrible. The naysayers are going to be there all the time. In investments, regardless of what you're investing, there is a lot of issues surrounding it, because otherwise everybody will be investing. Do you know how many people invest in anything? Do we have any clue? It's a very strange phenomenon. Only about less than 1% of the population actually invest, and in fact, in some communities, it is less than 0.5%. Can you believe? So we are talking about a very minuscule number of folks who actually invest. Now, obviously, investment is not for all. People may not want to invest. That's a different aspect. But it is the fear that there is no returns, and it is the profit. But sometimes it is just not about profit alone, though we want the profit. It is the aspect of how we want to innovate these things. There are certainly aspects of innovation and when we look at property innovation. What can you do in a property innovation? There is. To give you a small idea of innovations which is going on at the moment, it's all about green aspect of innovation. So most of the new buildings are becoming greener. They are mentioned to be one of the most modern ones to withstand earthquakes, and they are very good ones for ventilation, so the newer buildings tend to be very good for investing. What I'm again wanting you guys to think about is, please think about newer buildings than the older ones. Older one refurbishment is good. If you are interested, there's a lot of work to do, but please do. But investing in a newer buildings are much more effective because of positives of 10-year guarantees, and that means that immediately our investment is simply guarded by the warranties which are given when we go for a new build. So these are few things which is important when we are thinking about the strategies of entry and exit. Have this in mind, and when we will obviously discuss when the Q&A session starts, and I will finish my talk with this important note which I have always kept in my diaries and most of my important documents. There's always is in front of me. Shelby is a great guru of investing, and this gentleman always says, invest for the long haul, don't get too greedy, and don't get too scared. I think this summarizes investments in general, and property investments is something which any property investor will be also advised to take this note of. I'll finish this here, I suppose.
Thank you very much, Prabhu. That was an excellent talk, and I think I know you only scratched the surface, but you created more questions than answers for us, and which is reflecting in our chat box. I can see. So I'm going to I'm going to summarize a few of the questions because there is a theme building up there. And I've got a couple of questions as well, if you may. So I think the theme I can see from Subbu and Sridhar is this the right time to invest? Obviously, you don't have a crystal ball to answer that question, I appreciate. But there is a lot of concern, especially in the UK, with the way the economy is going. It's in a flux with rising inflation and pound devaluation. And obviously, rising interest rates means it's going to mean more to borrow money for us as landlords. So what are your thoughts on that?
Okay. Again, I would go back to that last Shelby's ideas, invest for the long haul. I'm going to touch about property investment for this question, but also I will look at investments in general for the question you have raised for UK. Property investment is a safe investment, even in troubled times, even if it is a difficult, challenging phase. People go quickly to properties, even the big investors. It's not just individual investors. I'm talking about people who are into pension funds, people who are institutional investors. They quickly turn to brick and mortar. Brick and mortar has always given returns. ROIs in the UK, it's about anywhere between 4% to about 8-9%. So when I say that whatever we put, we get about that kind of an investment. And it's a very stable return of investment. Now, as I said before, the diligence we need to make about property investment is where do we buy and what kind of property we buy. Where do we buy? Postcode is probably the most important thing to do. You cannot wish away that. You need to make sure that even in the worst of the times, investing in London has never been an issue. The yield or the return of investment may be less for that postcode. Manchester, Greater Manchester, Birmingham, or Edinburgh, these are hot places to invest, or any place surrounding the universities. It's never going to dry up. In the next 10, 20 years, when we're talking about a scale of, we're not talking about centuries, but we're talking about 10, 20 years where we can actually have a little bit of foresight of what we are investing in. When we're looking at the investments and property investments surrounding these places, if the postcode is good, if you know that young families are going to come there, if there's going to be a thriving local economy there, regardless of whether that place, whether the country is in recession or not, people have to live. People have to go about educating their children. People have to study. People have to work in that small economy. So they have to have a place to stay. They have to run a business. When you have a good postcode, the chances of your business going down or the chances of that property not getting occupied is going to be it's going to be less. So when we look at that picture, it's always important to keep that in mind. The postcode where you're going to buy a property or rent a property is crucial. And when we do that, it's probably a wise decision to make rather than waiting. You may always wait. You can be an eternal waiting. You can play that game. But one thing we need to figure out, in advanced economies, I'm talking about the Western economies, there is never going to be a growth which is going to be like 5%. It's never going to happen. We are going to talk about 1%, 2% in the best of the times. 0.5% is probably what most advanced economies will do. A country like India or China may show about 7%, 6% and above. But even they won't do that for too long. And after that, they all tend to come to that point because they are mature economies. In mature economies, you cannot think of a growth of 3, 4, 5%. So why I'm saying this is you have to keep this in perspective of what a recession means for investors. Recession is something which is a blip. So when I'm talking about 0% being the nothing happens, 0.5% is a big growth for advanced economies. 1% is you're doing extremely well. 2 to 3% is a boom. It's the Western economies are doing extremely well. Compare that to a recession. Let's say in a quarter or 2 quarters or 3 quarters, when the economy is stagnating, you call that immediately as recession. And then if it goes like less than 0.5% or 1%, then the country is in recession. And look at the variation we're talking about. We're talking about 1% plus being great and 1% down is recession. This definition of recession in the Western economy is something which we need to figure out in terms of how we invest. As an investor, when the recession happens, it's a time for we to be active. An investor should be more active when the recession happens, because that's the time when we can put in money in the right shares, in the right properties, in gold, or whatever you have, but need to have diligence in it. Diligence is whether the time is rosy and doing well, you call diligence there as well. But when there is when there is recession, then there is going to be a lot more diligence you need to do, which means that where you pick. So you need to be more picky, that is all. But you have to invest. You need to invest, but be picky is what I would.
That was a great answer. Thank you so much. I've got a couple of questions. So when we talk about a property portfolio, I'm interested to know what your thoughts are about sort of 2 possible scenarios potentially. So whether to go for a high value, a higher value property, i.e. higher rent return and low number, versus a lower value property, low rent and high numbers of them. What would be a better strategy, or what would you regard as will give a better return of investment?
A portfolio, when I started off, I mentioned about what a portfolio will mean. A portfolio is a mix of this kind of setup, what you just mentioned. High returns, medium returns, and low returns. When you have that kind of a portfolio, you're doing very well. I'm going to pick up London simply because it's easy and it's a center of many things happening. In London, central London has a uniquely different geography. You go to the suburbs of London, that geography is different. And the people who live there are totally different to the central London area. When I say I'm talking about central London, zone 1 and zone 2. And we're talking about zone 4 and above, it's going to be like suburbs and areas. A lot of investment is happening around the city now in terms of building new properties. And some of the things are probably, you can't even classify them as London, but they are outskirts of London, but yet they want to call themselves as London, which is fine. I mean, that's marketing and all that. But for an investor, what would be ideal? When you're starting, it's all about how much money we have, whether you're a sole investor or are you going to be forming a group of investors, and then you do it. My suggestion always would be to form a group. And that immediately means that a lot of things are shared. As I mentioned before, the equity of everything, equity of life, equity of money, equity of risks, everything is shared. So it's better to go, when you're developing a portfolio, it's better to have 2 or 3 people at least to form a group, and you do that. So that means when the equity is shared, then your heart rate is actually a bit better, and you know that the risks are going to be shared as well. Pointedly to the question of whether you want a return of investment, whether you should have a higher return of investment or medium or low, that's what the question surmises. The idea will be the central London places or high yield places will almost always be stable. The chances of your property lying vacant in the central London is almost remote. You look into the history of the place, and you know that that place is never going to be empty. It's always going to be a lot of people wanting to be there. The younger generation want to be there. The mobile folks, the institutional investors who want to stay, the second homes, third homes, and all that. If you go to a little bit away, therein lies the trick of what you want to do, because the property prices are low. The risks are, we have to say that the risk is going to be also a little high, because the return of investment may not be very good there. it may match to a certain point, but there may be times when the properties are lies vacant. So we need to take that into our calculation of how we want to do the renting business. But having the mix is important because when you have these two places, like one in central London, one is a little bit away, but still there is a bit of things to leeway. It's simply because when you have a stable place where the returns are happening, the growth may not be high. So the central London growth will not be huge. But when you're investing in zone 3, zone 4, the initial capital is a little less when you compare to central London. But in 5-10 years' time, that place would have had its own ecosystem. So that particular suburb of London can have its own ecosystem, risky though, but if the ecosystem becomes good, then that means your initial capital will fetch you far more returns when you're selling it. Not necessarily when you're renting it, because there may be times when there will be periods of people who are not in there, but when you're selling it, the initial capital you invested may give you returns much more than in the central London. So to have a proportion of stable and high risk adventure is nicer than putting everything in one basket. So if I have 10 properties, and if you ask me where will if I have money worth to buy 10 properties, and where will I invest? I will invest about 60%, because I am a moderate to high risk taker. I will invest 60% in a central location and about 30 to 40% in a location where there is a risk, but maybe high returns.
That's great. Thank you. There's one more question from Dr. Arani. What are your thoughts on reducing taxes on rental payments? Can we do anything?
Yeah. Is this for an individual?
I assume it's for private landlords. I think yes. Yeah. Individuals. Yeah.
Okay. I think if we look at the individual, there is really not much you can do in terms of reducing taxes, because it's pretty straightforward. If you're an individual, and that's the thing as well. If you're doing it through an individual, the tax benefits are actually not that great. When you're doing through a limited company or as an investor or as a business, the tax incentives are slightly better. But regardless of it, how do you efficiently do tax is a game on its own. In terms of the rental market, and if you're an individual investor, whatever you're going to get money from the rentee is going to be showing up on your bank statement. The only way you can look at reducing the tax is refurbishments and some of the essential maintenance works, which you can put up with some of the things which can be written off as expenses. But really, there is nothing huge you can play with. So the margin is actually very less. Compare that and contrast that with if you're a limited company, or if you have a group of folks. There's a lot of things you can write off against. So buying of stationery, buying of electronic equipments, cleaning and maintaining, and you have an office to run. You are paying somebody, your own folks, as a salary. So there is certainly a margin to play with if you do it as a group of folks or as a limited company. So my broad speak would be: please think, if you are going to do as an individual investor in properties. My own experience says don't get more than three properties as an individual. And after that, you might certainly want to think about being as a limited company or forming a group of people and investing.
Okay, I've got just a few more minutes, and just very quickly about flats versus houses. Obviously, there are two different type of investments, and I've heard people saying houses tend to be better in the sense that it's freehold and you don't have service charges, whereas compared to an apartment where you're going to have more expenses which will offset your return of investment. How true is that?
It's only partly true. I think you see, many of the folks where they get stuck is they think that when you're buying a property, it is your property. Let's get that notion out of our minds. When we get that notion out, everything will fall in place. So the property which you are going to invest, whether it's a flat or a house, it is specifically targeted for one purpose, and the purpose is to have a good return of yield. And when you're going to sell it, it's going to give you a profit. That's all. It's not something where I'm going to live, where my children are going to live. So that emotional component should be taken out. When you take that out, then you have a flat and you have a house. There's two different aspects to what kind of properties, investment rather, in these you want to do. A house has a different perspective to it. It has its own ideas. You need to figure out which belt of the place. So for instance, in central London, if you're going to buy a house to rent, you should either be a multi-millionaire to do it. So that's no brainer. So you know that in a central location, you're going to buy a flat. And if you're going to go for a family kind of an area where you see the potential, then you're going to buy a properly done home. In terms of going into the nitty-gritties of whether it's a leasehold or freehold, it does not really matter on ground. On the ground, it is just simply about return of investment. Please don't go into too much of these details, because at the end of the day, it is not about that. It is about your ROI. You need to think about, if I pay £1, when I get 1.3 to 1.5 pounds in 10 years' time. If you can get that, you are doing well. Rather than going into nitty-gritties of, oh, this ground rent is a few £100. And what is that going to make the difference in terms of an investment? The investment, we're talking about thousands of pounds, and we're talking about hundreds of pounds. So it does not match. This is the problem we have. Whenever people go into these strategies, they talk so much about the ground rent, the aspects of how the maintenance, the freehold. What difference does it make if a property is going to be free or lease? On the ground, nothing. This property, what you're buying, is going to be sold in 5, 10, 20 years' time, and the return of this investment is all you're going to look at. In 5, 10, 20 years' time, year on year, a property will rise by about 5, 7% worth in value. The worst times maybe 3%. The best of times maybe 8% to 10%, maybe 14%, which we have seen. But on an average, 5% is what we are looking at. So it's not a great return of investment. If you ask me, is this a great investment return? No. But it's a good rate of investment, a return of investment, when you compare with other stocks and shares. So it's a stable one. It's something which you can think of as a long term, then it will average out to about 5-7%.
That's great. Thank you so much, Dr. Prabhu. It was very insightful, and you covered a lot of ground, a lot of questions answered. Thank you so much. With this, we conclude this excellent initial talk, and we move on to the next talk. So I'm going to hand over to Sridhar to take on from here. Thank you so much for Dr. Prabhu and all the listeners.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Prabhu. And thank you, Selva, for a wonderful presentation and moderation. I really appreciate all sort of the information, you sort of spread across everybody. Your knowledge was amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. And so I'm also sort of so grateful for so many attendees coming for the Rice Foundation. I know it's a weekend and 12 o'clock in the afternoon, but thank you for coming and donating generously for a very good cause. So next, I've got an excellent talk by Arvind. Arvind Suresh is a 21-year-old private equity analyst at the world's largest infrastructural asset manager. He studied BSc Economics at the London School of Economics and Political Science, where he graduated with first-class honors. Prior to this, he finished his A-levels with 4 A stars and had 15 GCSE A stars at the GCSEs. He has wealth of knowledge about studying the UK education system and the financial industry. He has recently started a YouTube channel and business, both titled A Show, to help students to looking to break into competitive universities and industries. So I have a great pleasure in welcoming Arvind to this meeting.
All right, let's just share the screen first. Amazing. All right. Thank you so much, Shrila, for the really warm welcome and introduction. I'd like to thank everyone for attending and joining this RISE 24 webinar. I'd like to thank the RISE Foundation Leicestershire for putting on such a great initiative. It's the 3rd year running. Those of you who are in attendance, please donate using the links in the chat now. And once again, thank you very much for providing me with this platform. So I'm going to get straight into this presentation, which is about beating procrastination and boosting productivity. And for those of you who aren't familiar with the terms, procrastination is about delaying a task that you know that you have to do effectively. Whereas productivity is about maximizing your outputs given a set of inputs. So in this case, maximizing your work or whatever you're outputting from your work in the most limited amount of time possible.
Arvind, sorry to trouble you. We can't see your video. We can see the slides. Sorry.
Give me 1 second.
I'm sorry to have interrupted you. Very, very sorry.
No worries, of course. There's no video for mine. No, but it's not pinned.
We can see now. We can see now. Thank you, Arvind. We can see now. We need to just focus the screen. You are on the corner. Yeah, that's very, very helpful. Thank you, Arvind. You can carry on. Sorry for the interruption. Sorry, audience.
Okay. No worries at all. Okay, so let's get back into this presentation about beating procrastination and boosting productivity. So a bit of a background about myself. Sridhar summed it up pretty brilliantly, but just again, I recently graduated from the London School of Economics with a first-class honours in BSc Economics. I'm currently working as an analyst at a large infrastructure private equity firm. And prior to studying at university, I was a student at the Lawrence Sherrow School, where at GCSE level, I achieved 15 A stars. At A level, I achieved 4 A stars. And I was also head boy in my final year. Now, during this journey, I learned a lot about productivity, how to maximize it, a lot just through simple trial and error, just experimenting with different ways of revising and studying and working what worked best and finding out what worked best for me. But also I learned a lot of other things as well, like motivation, what good sources of motivation were and what some more fickle sources of motivation were. And then finally about creating a good and effective routine. And that's what I'd like to speak to you all about today. So the first thing I'd like to talk about is creating an effective routine. Now for me, my personal routine actually starts the night before. Every day before I go to bed, I will create a to-do list of the things I want to do for the next day. And this is actually a habit that I developed during my time at secondary school. When you're in secondary school, you are given a school timetable, which basically says what you have on any given day of the week. So on Monday, you might have these lessons, and on Tuesday, you might have another set of lessons. So what I used to do was every night before I'd go to bed, I would check my timetable, see what lessons I'd have for the day ahead, and then pack my school bag accordingly. So I'd put in the books, the folders, the homework that was needed for the next day. And this habit is something that has basically continued on into my adult life through the use of this to-do list. And I found that it really just helps me visualize my schedule for the next day and just gets me prepared. In terms of what to include or how to actually create this to-do list, I would recommend being overly ambitious with just how much you can get done in a day. So for me, I try to put enough things in my to-do list where it's actually challenging for me to tick off every single one. And the reason why I do that is that way I can't really be complacent. I have to use my time wisely if I want to get everything done in the day. Rather than if I just set myself like a very easy attainable goal, I could feasibly get it done in half the day and then waste my time for the rest. So I like to just be ambitious with how much I can do and really push myself. I also strategically place my to-do list on the home screen of my phone. And the reason why I do this is that it's a constant reminder for me that I have something yet to do in the day. So when I'm opening my phone and I might think about watching Netflix or going on to Instagram, before I do that, I have to get past my home screen. And so it just really forces me to double think about my actions and really check, oh, do I want to really procrastinate? Do I want to go and do something that's not productive? And so I'd really recommend having your to-do list in a place that's very easy to access for you. I'd also recommend breaking down large tasks into smaller ones. So on your to-do list, don't have anything generic. So if you're someone who's still in school, don't on your to-do list have something like, I'm going to study English or I'm going to study economics, because it's something that's really hard to measure. It's not specific enough. You can really cheat yourself because you don't know what exactly you meant by I'm going to study. It could be 5 minutes, it could be 3 hours. So what you need to do is make your to-do list very specific. So instead of saying broadly, I'm going to study English, you might want to say, I'm going to study these 3 chapters of this book, and I'm going to do this homework exercise. And that's a lot more measurable. You can quite clearly determine whether you have or have not achieved those goals in your day. And so you can hold yourself a lot more accountable in that sense. The other thing is that by breaking down a large task into smaller ones, it provides you with a sense of dopamine from achieving each and every one of those tasks. By the way, I'm not a doctor, so when I'm saying stuff about dopamine, this is all bro science. I'm not a doctor, I'm an economist, but this is just generally how I feel. I find that when I've completed even a small task, I get a sense of satisfaction from completing the task. And so that spurs me on to keep doing more and more work, because that sense of achievement is something that I'm always looking for. Whereas if I have a large task that isn't particularly measurable or reliable, one, it will take me longer to get that sense of dopamine, and I may not even be satisfied with the work that I've done because I haven't given myself a specific target to look forward to. I know some people who genuinely take this breaking down of large tasks into smaller ones to the very extreme. And they'll write down literally every granular detail of the day ahead. So it would literally be something like, I'm going to brush my teeth, I'm going to take a shower, I'm going to have breakfast. And they found it really effective, especially if they find it hard to be motivated, because they can quite quickly start ticking off things in the to-do list, and it makes them feel like they have a sense of achievement very early on in the day, and that spurs them on for the rest of the day. And then the final thing that I'd say on this topic is that it helps to reduce uncertainty or decision fatigue, because instead of waking up in the morning and not knowing what to do, you've already pre-planned it the night ahead, and you've probably thought about it quite rationally. If you're thinking about it the morning of, a lot of the time, you're going to give in to kind of your lizard brain, your reptilian brain that wants you to take the easy way out. So you can actually end up omitting things from your to-do list. Whereas if you create this to-do list the night before, you're thinking very logically, you're less likely to be swayed by your emotions. And so you're going to have a very clear, rational, logically thought out set of things to do for the day ahead. And so it just makes the to-do list that much more effective. And then on a similar kind of note to creating a to-do list, I would generally say or recommend following a timetable. Once again, as I alluded to before, a school timetable really gives structure to your day. On any given day, you know exactly what subjects you have and what to look forward to. And I think that sense of structure, and particularly the effect of time blocking, knowing that during, for example, 11 to 12, you have this exact subject, is something that really helps give structure to your day and makes you that much more productive or efficient. And so I'd recommend, if you're still a school student, try extend this structure to the rest of your day. So during the hours that you're not even at school, try give yourself some sort of structure with a timetable. And for those of us who are kind of working now, try emulate that same structure by generally setting yourself some sort of timetable to work towards. So I think the best way of doing this is just creating an Excel spreadsheet on the left-hand side, have the hours in the day, and then just write down what exactly you're going to do on any given day. You don't have to follow it rigidly. I'm not saying that you have to do everything by the hour that you've assigned it to. It just gives you something to aim for. Like, I think flexibility is very important, and it's something that we should strive towards. But just having this timetable, you can kind of be flexible in and of itself. So maybe you overrun a little bit, or maybe you swap things around on the day. But just knowing that you've allocated this time, again, gives you something to look forward to and eliminates decision fatigue. Also make sure you cover all your bases. And I think that's particularly important when you're doing revision. For example, when I'm creating a revision timetable, I like creating the timetable just because I can quite clearly see how many hours I've allocated to certain things in a given week. And then I can identify if I've allocated too much or too little time to a certain thing, so that I know that my kind of week is quite well balanced. And then finally, there's an idea called Parkinson's law, which basically says that work expands to fill the time that you've allocated to it. And so by blocking out time, it means that you're less likely to fall into this trap. Effectively, what Parkinson's law says is that if you allocate 4 hours to do a certain task, you will procrastinate and you will really do it slow enough that you will do it in exactly 4 hours. Whereas if you'd allocated the same task, but only giving yourself 2 hours to do it, you'd probably finish it in that same 2-hour period. And the reason for that is because you've probably got something lined up in the other 2 hours that you haven't allocated. So you're forced to be more active and procrastinate less. And so I would, again, strongly recommend following a timetable. Now, it's all well and good having this kind of sense of structure, but if you want to get the most out of your day, I'd highly recommend waking up early. I personally believe that waking up late creates a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. Imagine you wake up at 10:30 or 11 a.m. If you wake up, then you've got to brush your teeth, you've got to take a shower, you've got to have breakfast. By the time you're kind of ready to actually start on with your day, you're probably in your head going to think, or at least for me, I think, oh, the day's already kind of gone to waste. I've already missed so many hours. And so mentally, my mindset kind of switches and I'm probably just not in a particularly productive mindset for the rest of the day. So in that sense, there's a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. You think that the day has been wasted and ultimately that causes you to waste your day. The other benefit of waking up early is really this idea of carpe diem, which is, I believe, Latin for seizing the day. I find that if I wake up and really get on with my routine very early on in the day, I feel like the day has been conquered within the first few hours. Again, if I refer back to this to-do list, and I imagine I have 11 things to do on this to-do list, and I've already done 4 or 5 of these tasks and it's only 10 or 11 a.m. But I feel like I am so far ahead of pace or ahead of schedule, but that really motivates me to keep going, and I feel good about myself. And so your brain kind of gets tricked to wanting to do hard work. In terms of advice on how to actually wake up early, I'd recommend buying a physical alarm clock or putting your phone away from your bed. So I actually put my phone on the other side of my bedroom. And the reason why I do that is because it prevents me from giving an easy out. When we wake up in the morning and our phone is right next to our bed, it's so easy to just go and hit that snooze button and then sleep in. And the thing is, when you wake up, you're more likely to kind of give in to the thoughts in your head that want you to take the easy way out. Just say, oh, let's get some more sleep, even if you don't necessarily need it. It's kind of that lizard or reptilian brain. And I try to kind of find a way to minimize that happening. And so by having your phone on the other side of the bedroom, it forces you to get up out of bed to turn off this alarm. And by doing that, you've basically conquered or overcome the most difficult part of probably starting your day, which is actually getting out of bed. So once I've turned off the alarm, I really have to think twice about whether I want to then go back into my bed. And at that point, I just think it's easier if I just start my day. So that's just a little hack that I would recommend. Now, meditation and journaling are the 2 habits that I've introduced the most recently into my kind of routine or schedule. It's something that I introduced during my final year exam period. And I actually did it because I had it recommended from a YouTube video, actually, and I thought I'd give it a go. And I just found that the long-term results have been so beneficial. By meditating, I found that it really helps to clear my mind and provide a sense of focus and clarity. You become aware of just how many distractions are running through your head. And by meditating, kind of get this sense of laser focus for the rest of the day. Again, it just provides you with a really strong sense of satisfaction and achievement that I couldn't recommend highly enough. I think the biggest reason why people don't take up meditation is effectively because they might have tried it 1 or 2 times and they say, oh, I've tried meditating and I don't feel any sort of effect like that. And I guess the thing is, you're probably looking at it the wrong way of factual mentality, because it's not supposed to be effective the first time round. Meditation is a skill that you have to hone and improve upon over time, just like pretty much anything else. It's the equivalent of going to the gym and expecting yourself to be able to lift ridiculously heavy weights the first time you ever go to the gym. No, in reality, like, we have to go to the gym. We start off with the low weights and we build up our muscle over time until we have a good and well-trained physique. And it's the same way with meditation. You have to start off slow. You start off small. Maybe you meditate for a minute or 2, and then gradually you build it up over time. And I think the long-lasting effects of meditation are really, really good. And in the same kind of manner, journaling is also really good. So what journaling entails is either writing down or speaking out verbally your thoughts. And I found that journaling has 2 real benefits, which is it creates a sense of mindfulness and also a sense of gratitude. By waking up first thing in the morning and reflecting on the day that you've just had, the day that you're about to have, and just generally how you're feeling, you'll actually end up articulating your emotions and actually expressing them out loud or on paper. When you put pen to paper, you become a lot more aware because you're actually analyzing and evaluating every kind of thought that you've had over the previous day. So you start becoming a lot more aware of just how you're feeling. You start becoming aware of things that you may have taken for granted previously. And again, by reflecting upon yourself, I think it puts you in a really good mindset to kind of conquer the day ahead of you. Now, the next few slides are all going to be about getting into the flow state, getting into a deep flow with the most productive flow of doing work. Now, contrary to popular opinion, I actually recommend that you start with the easy tasks. Most people say that you should do the hardest tasks first, but I actually really disagree with that because, and I'll tell you why now. I think if you start with the easy tasks, it basically tricks your brain into thinking you've made a lot of progress in a very short period of time. Imagine you have 5 pieces of homework to do. 4 of them are really easy and 1 of them is really, really hard. Now, if you start off with doing the first 4 easy ones, you might be able to finish all 4 of them to a high standard within the first 2 hours. And every time you finish a single piece of work, you're going to get a dopamine hit from the sense of satisfaction of finishing the work and taking something off your list. Whereas if you start off with the hardest task first, it's very likely, or it's probable that you might spend an hour and a half or 2 hours on just one task, and you may not have made that much progress towards that task. And so you're not getting any sense of satisfaction. In fact, you're probably going to get quite mentally fatigued and mentally drained because you've put a lot of effort trying to achieve a task, maybe not actually have that many results, and knowing full well that you still have 4 other tasks that you still have to complete. Whereas if you were to swap it the other way around, again, you've finished a lot of tasks in a very short period of time. And each time you finish it, you get into that flow state and you're more and more incentivized to keep on working and finishing more work. Now, once you've done these 4 tasks, we're all aiming, at the end of the day, we're ultimately aiming to enter a flow state. The flow state, other people kind of know it as the zone, but it's effectively a state of complete mental focus on a particular task, where you're undisturbed by any external thoughts or distractions. And I think maybe a good example of this is probably when you're actually sat in an exam hall doing an exam paper. When you're writing an exam, I think or at least for me, but I hope most people agree with me, you're probably not thinking about anything else but the exam paper and the exam question in front of you. You're not thinking about time. You're not thinking about anything else going on in your life. You're not thinking about other people. You're solely focused on that exam. And that's probably when you are most productive and you probably get the most work done in a short period of time. And we're effectively trying to emulate that scenario. Now, in that scenario, you're in a quiet exam hall with basically next to no distractions and a very important task ahead of you. And so we need to try and replicate those conditions. So for us in this modern world, and especially for youngsters, I think the most obvious source of distraction is probably our phones, because they're always pinging off with lots of different messages and notifications. So to try avoid that, we need to reduce any possible distractions from our phone. So I recommend turning your phone onto do not disturb or airplane mode, configuring your phone so that it doesn't turn up, it doesn't make any sound, it doesn't turn on whenever you get a notification. You need to basically put enter a state where you almost forget that your phone even exists. So the extreme of this is literally chucking your phone into a different room or into a drawer or something so that it's out of sight, out of mind. And that way you're more likely to be completely focused on the task that you're supposedly focusing on. For a very similar reason, I would recommend against using the Pomodoro technique. Now, the Pomodoro technique, for those of you who aren't aware, is basically a technique, a revision technique where you study for about 25 minutes and then give yourself a 5-minute break. Now, I completely disagree with this method, probably for 2 reasons. The first being that 25 minutes simply isn't enough time to really enter this heightened flow state where you're completely focused on work. In fact, you're probably entering that flow state of just 25 minutes. You're probably entering that flow state just as you're about to finish that 25-minute time period. And so it's quite ineffective in that sense, because just as you're about to reach the height of your productivity is when you actually stop. The other thing is, I personally think that we're kidding ourselves by saying that we're only going to relax for 5 minutes. Anyone who's picked up their phone, after 5 minutes, it flies by. So we're going to want to add additional time to that. So for both of those reasons, I don't think the time allocation of the Pomodoro technique is particularly effective. If you're going to do it, I'd recommend extending the time length for both of those things. So I personally do 2 hours of straight work, followed by 15 to 20 minutes of relaxation. And that way I'm able to enter and maintain a flow state and actually get work done. But also during that 15 to 20 minute time period, that's enough time for me to actually be satisfied with the break I've just had. I recommend setting up timers when you're doing work. As I say, I'd have a timer for 2 hours and then a 20-minute timer, just so that you can actually hold yourself accountable and know that you're actually spending the time that you've allocated during this technique. But also I like to have an additional timer running that runs the entire day, but only when I'm doing my work. So I can track just how much effective work I've done during the day. And again, this isn't a vanity metric. It's more so because there are some people actually who will say they've done 10 or 11 hours of work a day, especially during revision season. But if you look at how many hours of actual productive work it is, it might be maybe 3 or 4. So I like to use a timer, but only when I'm doing this 2-hour, 15-minute split, just so that I can see how much time I've actually spent doing deep productive work. Now, as I alluded to before, the biggest distraction in our modern day and age is probably our phone. And with that is our social media usage, apologies. And guys, I'm not immune to this. I also go on Instagram and Snapchat. They are my guilty pleasures. I am not a machine. However, I would really emphasize trying to reduce your social media usage. I actually used to struggle with this quite a lot. I used to be on Instagram quite a lot of time, but I started noticing or reflecting or becoming aware of just how much time I was spending on these platforms and making an active effort to try reduce it. Now, the one social media that I'm completely against, and I mean completely, I will never ever touch this social media, is TikTok. And I know Daniel's going to give a talk in a few hours on this topic, maybe with the pros of TikTok, but for me personally, I'm completely against it. And the reason why is kind of twofold, but the broad sense is that it just completely destroys your attention span and turns your brain to mush. The reason why is because TikTok, for those of you who don't use it, has an infinite scrolling mechanism. So you can never, ever, ever run out of content on your phone. You will always be given something to look at. But the more probably problematic issue is the way the algorithm is designed, in that it gives you sporadic hits of dopamine. Not every single thing that you see on TikTok you're going to enjoy. It might be every 3rd or 4th or 5th scroll that you enjoy. And so that kind of creates a mentality or mindset in our head where we go, just one more scroll. It kind of creates a sense, it creates a sense of addiction, almost similar to gambling, in my opinion, where you just want one more. You just want one more because you never know if the next one will be the one video that you enjoy. And this, combined with the infinite scrolling, means that you can spend so much time on TikTok without realizing how much time has gone by. And you can literally lose days, hours to this sort of thing. But the other thing is, I think TikTok actually affects the way we think. Because the videos are so short form, they're probably 10 to 15 seconds long in nature, it kind of trains our brain to look for a new dopamine hit or a new different piece of content in really short time intervals. And that reduces our ability to actually concentrate or focus on a single task for a prolonged period of time. You get used to you get used to seeing new and new content every other minute or every few seconds, and that affects your ability to concentrate. Now, this next kind of bit of advice is quite niche. It's for people who've actually, for the most part, got their productivity routine down and patterned. But I'd suggest being selective with your music choice. When revising, I'd recommend avoiding music with lyrics because by nature, it's going to kind of distract you from the actual content you're trying to memorize. Because the lyrics that are going into your ears that you're listening to is going to be different from the words that you're reading on a piece of paper. And so it's going to make the task of actually memorizing and learning the content that much more difficult. Again, I've fallen kind of victim or prey to this. I, in the past, have listened to rap music whilst trying to revise, and hasn't been effective because I've just found myself, rather than focusing on the content, just rapping along with the music. And it was at that point I made the conscious decision to switch to something maybe more melodious with not too many lyrics. However, I do recognize that there is a balance, because if you listen to music you enjoy, the task becomes that much more enjoyable. Perhaps a task that you thought was really boring, you might become a bit more enjoyable if you were to do it with music. And so I think you have to really find a balance or strike a balance with this sort of thing. What I personally do is, if it's kind of tasks where there isn't that much, I don't know, like memorization or learning of content or reading, I'm quite happy to listen to rap music, for example. For example, if I'm doing math calculations or if I'm modeling on Excel, where it's quite repetitive, I know what I'm doing, it's kind of second nature to me. I'm quite happy to listen to rap music because it just makes the task more enjoyable, and I kind of lose sense of time. But if it's something where I'm trying to revise, I'd recommend using kind of slow or more melodious music with fewer lyrics. On a similar note, in terms of very niche things, I couldn't recommend working alongside others enough. I've always found that friendly competition, both during at school but at university, drove me to work even harder. I saw my friends working hard, putting in the hard work, leveling themselves up, learning more, and that inspires you inevitably to work hard yourself. I think if you're in a room where everyone around you is working hard and learning, you feel a bit stupid just scrolling on your phone all day. So inevitably you end up putting in the work. But the work that you're doing also becomes more enjoyable. You can help each other out. You can spend less time being stuck. Imagine you're working on quite a difficult task and you might be stuck on maybe one part of the homework. If a friend knows how to do it, they can teach you. You get past that roadblock a lot quicker if maybe you were to try to do it yourself. And that means that you get that sense of achievement from finishing the final task in a lot shorter period of time. You also can use your time more efficiently because you're collaborating with other people. You can pool your resources, pool your collective knowledge, and get things done and expand your own learning that much quicker. Now, all these pieces of advice that I've given, they're all well and good, but the key to it is kind of being consistent over time. There's no point kind of employing all of these techniques, but only doing it for one day. You've got to do this thing like day in and day out. Ideally, you want to do things so consistently that it kind of just becomes a source of muscle memory, or it just becomes a sense of muscle memory. You do the same things every day without fail. It becomes instinctive, second nature, and you don't even think twice. It eliminates decision fatigue. An example of this during my exam season would be that every day I would wake up at roughly the same time every day, which would be anytime between 6 and 7 in the morning. I'd go to the gym the first thing. I'd get to the university for maybe 11 a.m., do 2 hours of work, have lunch, then do another 2 hours, take a break, another 2 hours, and repeat this until about 8 or 9 p.m., go home, have food, maybe relax a little bit, and then the next day would start, go to bed. And by doing this every single day, yes, it might be a bit monotonous, but you just become kind of used to it, and it doesn't even become a challenge to you eventually over time. The first few days, the first few weeks might be very difficult. Again, it's a skill that you have to develop over time. But eventually, because it becomes second nature, in the long run, it's so much more beneficial for you. Now, a very quick aside on motivation versus discipline, because I get asked a lot of the time, how do I stay motivated? How do I make my son or daughter motivated to study? And I actually think sometimes motivation can be overrated. I know, and particularly I'm referring to motivation where you're trying to get it from some sort of external stimuli. Some people, for example, listen to motivational podcasts, motivational videos, motivational talks, and get driven by that motivation in the short term. But the issue with this sort of motivation is that it fades very, very quickly. The motivational video that you listen to, it might be effective the first or second time that you listen to it, but by the third or fourth time, that same call to action that you get from listening to the video just really isn't there. And it kind of fades away and you go back. You might listen to it, but you might listen to everything that the person is saying, but you might not really take it. It might not inspire you to actually do the work, is my point. So being motivated, in fact, it's unfeasible to maintain all the time. Like when I'm studying, I'm not motivated to study all the time, but I will do it anyway. And that's where discipline becomes more valuable. Discipline was all about doing the hard work, especially when you don't feel like it, more so than being motivated all the time and therefore wanting to do the work. That's the key difference. You have to put in the hard work when you don't feel like it, guys. And I think being disciplined and having an internal sense of motivation, which I think is intrinsically linked with discipline, is made so much more easier when you have a meaningful target. So for me, during my school days, for me, the most meaningful target for me was to do as well as I possibly could in my GCSEs and my A-levels respectively. I knew that this was the thing that in the long run was going to give me the most satisfaction, more so than any procrastination, any YouTube video, any party could ever give me. The satisfaction on results day would be the greatest thing for me. And so I put that as my target. And of course, as I say, not every day I would be motivated to study, but I knew that at one point, this was my dream, this was my goal. And so I would work towards it even when I didn't feel like it. Because I knew that, as I say, the delayed gratification, the gratification that I'd get on the day of results day would top anything else. Now, I know some people are just going to be interested in my personal routine and try and emulate it because ultimately the results were quite good. So I will go through them now. However, I just want to note that you do not have to replicate my routine to get the same results. Like different people work in different ways. And so just see what works for you and see what's best. So by far the most structured or rigid routine that I probably ever employed was during school between year 11 and year 13, so both GCSE and A-level period. So I'm going to go through that schedule now, but also talk about some of the key things that I did differently that really helped me, I think, differentiate myself from other people. So I woke up at between 6 and 6:15 a.m. like any normal person would do. I would shower, brush my teeth, get changed, get ready for school. I'd get picked up between 7 and 7:15 from by my car share. I'd get to school for 8:30, and then between 8:30 and 8:50, which is when school would start, I would do anything from playing basketball, socializing with friends, maybe just having breakfast. And then at 8:50, I would pretty much just go through my normal school routine of, lessons, break time, lessons, lunch, and then more lessons, with the one exception being that I used to sit in my teacher's classroom during certain lunch times or free periods, do the work and get it reviewed. And my kind of logic behind this was the teachers were always kind of pulling the misbehaving students into their classroom at lunchtime to get the work done anyway. So I knew that they didn't have any choice and they were going to be sat in that classroom supervising other students anyway. So I thought, right, why don't I just use this opportunity to do work in a quiet environment and have access to a teacher who can just clarify any of my doubts and review any of my work. And effectively, I did that maybe 2 or 3 times every week. During year 11, I'd sit in my English teacher's classroom at lunchtime, do an essay and get it reviewed. And that proved really, really effective because I was getting my work personally reviewed by a teacher in a one-to-one environment where I could ask as many questions as possible and really find out how to level up and improve my work. And it was by doing this so consistently every single week during year 11, I was inevitably going to kind of differentiate or improve at a faster rate relative to other people, just because I was simply putting in so much more effort and work and time into honing my craft. And so I'd really recommend making the most out of the resources that you have available to you at school and university. If there are like kind of tutoring sessions, if there are teacher-led sessions, attend them. They will inevitably help you. And then school would finish at 3:30 p.m. And between 3:30 and kind of getting home, I really, really wouldn't put in that much work. Like I would use that time to enjoy, especially because I didn't have a lunchtime, right? Especially if I'm sat in the teacher's classroom, that's effectively like it's effectively half of an additional lesson that I've just done. So I would use the time after school to really actually relax. So I'd play basketball. I might go into the town center because my school was right in the town, or I'd do some very, very light kind of studying in name only, probably more socializing until about 4. I'd get home around 5:30 p.m. And then again, this is an example of having a structure, but being flexible in how I do it. So I would aim to get about 3 hours of work done. So normally that was between 7 and 10:30 p.m. And yes, I know there's a 30-minute time break, but that's during to have dinner. But I would vary it if I went to the gym or if I had other things on. What I would generally just aim for was to just try do an hour of each subject. And because I'm only allocating an hour, I'd be doing 3 different subjects. And that would mean that the work I was doing would remain fresh over the course of the evening, rather than, I don't know, allocating 3 hours just on chemistry or just on physics. If I allocated an hour for physics, an hour for chemistry, and an hour for English, every time I switch up the subject, it feels like I'm learning something completely different. So it feels less mentally draining to study that way. As I say, I would eat between 9 and 9:30 p.m. And I'd go to bed anytime between 11:30 and 12 p.m. and then wake up at 6 to 6:15 the next day. On the weekends, I would dedicate one day for fun, which was normally going to basketball training or playing in basketball matches, and the other day for work. And this was a pretty effective routine. Like it was pretty sustainable. I was able to do it for the entire year. But if I have the benefit of hindsight now, and if I could change something, I'd probably give myself a bit more rest. There were periods during the school year, or there were days at school where I would actually fall asleep during some of my lessons. And there were weekends where I would literally just crash and go to sleep for the entire day during my rest day. And at certain periods, I got warnings from my teachers to actually put in less work or not to outwork myself or burn out. As you can see from this email that I have attached, you can see my English teacher telling me not to overcommit myself and not to do everything. So yeah, take it with a pinch of salt. Like you can do this routine if you wanted to, but just be careful of burnout and really see if you're able to sustain it. Now at university, by nature, it's obviously a lot less structured compared to school. You don't have that same rigid timetable. Everything is different. The only kind of pillar in my day was what time I would kind of wake up, which would be between 7:30 and 8:30 a.m. But besides that, I would just kind of use the to-do list that I referred to earlier, and then just make sure that I checked things as I went along and that I was on track. But the things that I would do generally on a day-to-day would be go to the gym, attend all my classes, watch the lectures, do problem sets, etc. But also, I could party, I could socialize, I could do other things as well. And finally, work. This is obviously my latest routine because I've only just started work, so it is subject to change, but it's also the routine that is probably the most honed and refined. So I created a to-do list the previous night. I'll wake up at 6, but more recently I've been staying at work late, so I'm also waking up later. I'm actually giving myself the rest and sleep that I need. If I wake up early enough, I'll go to the gym. As I say, the newest thing that I've incorporated is the meditating and journaling. I'll also work a little bit on my side business, my new startup, between 8 and 8:40, which is Assure UK. For anyone this is a quick plug, but for anyone who's interested in tutoring, coaching for GCSE, A-levels, university entrance, medicine entrance, if you want to enter the finance industry, we have all those services available as well as resources. So check out the website. But I'll get out to the office for 9, work until the evening. It was very variable. I could finish anytime between 7 or 12. And then if I finished early enough, I'd get home and do more work on the side business. And this was only really possible by being very regimented and very structured with my time management. Now, some useful tools that I'd recommend. For meditation, I use the Medito app. It gives you guided meditation, and it is really good in just gradually leveling up and stepping up the difficulty or the duration of these meditations. And I found the app really, really effective. An alarm that I do use from time to time is called the sleep cycle alarm. So rather than having an alarm that just wakes you up at the same time every single day, the sleep cycle alarm uses the microphone on your phone to try and get a sense of when you are the most restless, when you are the least into your sleep, and wake you up at that time. Now, for a to-do list, or to create a to-do list, there is an app called Todoist. which is a checklist app. I don't personally use it, but it's highly recommended by my friends. And similarly, Notion for note-taking. Again, I don't use it, but recommended by my friends. In terms of books to read or YouTubers to watch, a lot of the lessons that I'm kind of talking about here, you can find in more detail in a book called Deep Work by Cal Newport. But in terms of YouTubers, I listen to a YouTuber called Hamza, or Hamza Unfiltered. He does have some more controversial takes. I'm warning you now, but some of the stuff that he has on productivity, self-improvement, meditation, I found really, really useful. And finally, Ali Abdal, a very well-known YouTuber, former Cambridge medic. He has a very scientific approach to productivity and studying. So if you want to learn more from a scientific background on how to maximize your productivity and how to study better, I would recommend listening to him. Now, that concludes the end of this presentation. Thank you very much, everyone, to listening, and feel free to ask me any questions, and I'll hope to provide you with a good answer.
Thank you, Arvind. Excellent talk. It's been wonderful. I'm just going to move to your side. Yeah. So I think that's amazing and inspiration, not only for the kids, but also adults alike.
Right.
So I'm going to kick off the questions.
Sure.
We sort of, obviously, a lot of us, you started your work, and a lot of us enter work and do the same thing for a long time. You also mentioned monotony.
Yeah.
See, in my experience, monotony leads on to procrastination.
Yeah.
And is there anything, how can we make our life more interesting and variable?
So yeah, that can be an issue. And I guess, thankfully, my work is pretty variable in and of itself. Like every day is pretty different. And I'm sure that's the case for doctors as well, like in your position. But I guess it's being aware and conscious of not spending too much time on a given task in one period, and breaking it down into shorter chunks of time. So if you have a task, let's say I'm working on this business, right? Rather than, if I were to spend 2 hours working on this business in one go, it might be quite monotonous because I'm working on the same exact thing for an extended period of time. Whereas if I was to break this down into an hour before and an hour after work, then it seems fresh because it doesn't drag on. And in the same sense, I recommend doing that. But also, I also would encourage doing things that, do provide you with a sense of enjoyment that is besides anything productivity related. For example, I like to play basketball, I like going to the gym, I like playing music. And by dispersing those little bits of things where, you genuinely enjoy it, it makes your general overall routine feel a bit less monotonous. But I do agree that it is something that is quite difficult. And ultimately, it's probably something that I'm going to have to work towards myself. As I say, I've only kind of just joined work, so everything kind of feels new to me. So I might, face this problem further down the road, and I guess I'll have to come up with solutions to it as well.
Thank you. I got a question from Dr. Prem Sundaram. He's asking, how do you encourage teenagers to wake up early in the morning? Biologically, the melatonin, which is the sleep hormone, happens later at night, which makes them sleep late at night. Any tips?
I think it's pretty, as I say, it's pretty hard to externally motivate someone. There's nothing that objectively that I can kind of say or refer to that will really motivate someone to wake up. It's more so got to be motivation from within. And I find that for me, it's simply because I have a lot of things to do in the day. Yeah. And so generally, if I wake up late, I feel annoyed at myself because it means that I've missed out on things that I could have done. So I guess if you want to encourage a teenager to wake up early, it's by giving them lots of things to do in the day, and keeping them kind of active and on their toes. And especially if you can kind of sculpt a day where they generally look forward to the day ahead. For me, I had no problem waking up on school days because I generally looked forward to going to school. But on the weekends, I wouldn't mind because I'd get my work done so that I'd be less stressed in the long run, whilst also being able to actually enjoy going out with my friends, playing basketball as well. So just from a time management perspective, if you kind of convince them that in the long run, they're better off waking up early, getting the work done rather than the work piling up at the end by kind of waking up late and not having that time to allocate to work. In the long run, they're going to be less stressed and more happy. And I worked that out fairly quickly during my school tenure. So I'd recommend that maybe, but it is quite hard, as I say, to externally motivate people. It's got to really come from within. Yeah.
And what are the roles for the parents in this? The teenagers are not the easiest of the sort of age group for the kids, and the pressure, whatever the external factors as well as the home factors, the parents, the pressure they add, and how do their parents approach this?
I mean, again, it's quite difficult for me to answer simply because I'm not a parent myself. So I can guess. I don't know. I mean, again, it varies so much from child to child, right? Like every child's different, so you have to take a different approach. I think it's a problem, in fact, maybe trying to apply the same rigid approach to every child. Like every child thinks in a different way. I personally asked my parents to wake me up early because I knew that in the morning, I wasn't going to be incentivized to wake up. I was going to want to sleep in, but I knew that, again, for my better judgment knew that it would be beneficial for me to wake up. So when I needed to wake up early and I knew that I maybe wasn't going to do, I would literally ask my parents to wake me up, and I would say, I do not care what I say in the morning, make sure I get up, make sure I'm out of bed. So that's kind of what I personally did. But beyond that, it's what parents can do to incentivize their kids to wake up early. Get them involved in things that they might. So for me, I had to wake up early on a Saturday because basketball started at 9 a.m. anyway. So if you have something that they look forward to maybe in the mornings, then if they want to attend it, then they have to do it. So maybe like, imagine you're booking like a badminton court or a tennis court. Maybe book it first thing in the morning, and don't give them any other alternative. So they have to wake up, but they're starting off their day in doing something that they enjoy. So maybe there's that element to it. I don't know.
Thank you. So I got Dr. Hema Kannappan. She was asking, you mentioned about the TikTok.
Yeah.
Her question is this very much specific for TikTok? Because you talked about the algorithms and how this attracts, or even WhatsApp, or is it any other thing? Is it even Twitter, for example?
So that's the thing. The thing with Twitter and Facebook to some degree, they don't have the same infinite scrolling loop. Like, yes, you can refresh, but there are only so many times that you can refresh until the content starts kind of refreshing to provide the same stuff. And similarly with WhatsApp, like there's only a limited number of messages that you can receive. So I'd say they're less harmful than TikTok, but they're still pretty bad in terms of your workflow and your deep work. For example, we might get a message on WhatsApp and you might think, oh, it's only 30 seconds out of my 2-hour slot to reply to this WhatsApp message, for example. But you're failing to take into account the 10 or 15 minutes it takes to get back into this deep flow of work. So I'd say like blanket rule is pretty much just avoid it, especially during your kind of deep work time, like the time that you've allocated for deep work. But it's quite interesting because a lot of social media companies have actually incorporated TikTok style algorithms into their own algorithm. So Instagram, for example, has Instagram Reels. I think Facebook has something quite similar as well, which has this infinite scrolling algorithm that provides random dopamine hits. And so, yes and no. Twitter, WhatsApp, they have a more limited sense of that. And the other thing is, because TikTok is so video based, it's more engaging than maybe something that you're reading on Twitter, where it's easier to put the phone down. Whereas TikTok, the entire UI, the user interface is centered around videos that endlessly refresh. Whereas on Twitter, on Instagram, at least you have to make the conscious effort to pull it down and refresh. You could make the argument, for example, that Google could be bad, but because you reach the end of the page on Google, you're less incentivized to then scroll because you know there's a finite stop. So that, I hope that kind of answers your question. All social medias are kind of bad, but I'd definitely say there's a very like evident tier list in which ones are the worst. And at the top, I'd probably say TikTok, and second is Instagram, in my opinion.
Thank you. And I think there is something which was very much specific about the revision tips. So somebody is asking about any revision tips for chemistry, maths, and economics A levels.
Okay, chemistry, maths, and economics. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm actually going to talk about this a little later tonight. So hopefully you stay tuned for that, but I'll give you a bit of a very brief summary, which is for maths, it's just all about repetition of questions and doing as many as you can. You need to just get used to doing that sort of those sorts of questions and used to that question style. And the more of them you do, the more familiarized you'll be with them. And so you'll panic less during an exam. Same thing with economics, just doing as many essays as possible, just so that you really hone and fine tune your essay structure, your essay style, knowing that you're able to do it in time conditions. If you practice methodically over time across the entire year, you become so used to doing them that it doesn't become daunting to do them in an actual exam, because it's very likely that you've done similar questions in the past as practice. So it doesn't become particularly hard. I can't unfortunately answer for chemistry because I never took chemistry myself, but I would imagine that it's a fairly similar process of reading the content, trying to memorize the content, understand the content, and do the questions, and then just iteratively improve. So that would be my advice for those sorts of things. Yeah, for any further doubts, I'd recommend tuning in for my later talk, which is between 8 and 9 p.m. on how I got into LSE, how I studied, and how I got into finance. So stay tuned for that talk if you want more information.
I think there are lots of questions here for you, Arvind.
Okay,
and
brilliant.
There's another person asking is, when should you start your work experience before going into uni, and how relevant is actually work experience for getting into university?
Glad you asked. Again, it's something I'm covering later today, 8 to 9 p.m. I'm talking about all the work experience I applied and how to do it. But again, short answer is I started developing it in year 9. It's not relevant in the sense that you can put it in your CV, but I don't know how much of a difference it makes, especially if it's not relevant to the end final career that you are applying for. I found that it was quite beneficial for my personal statement because I could include it as something to talk about and showing that I was passionate and got relevant career or industry experience very early on, and that I'd been passionate from a young age and had proof of that. But it's not necessary because you can create a personal statement without any work experience and just entirely use books and things like that. What I would say is I think it's slightly different for medicine, where I think you are encouraged, correct me if I'm wrong, but you are encouraged to try actively seek out work experience by like working in care homes and volunteering and things like that. But for economics, generally not that useful. And so I hope that helps.
Another person sort of asking is, how do you plan your holidays in your busy schedule? Is it a good thing to take holidays and breaks during GCSE and A levels?
Let me think. I think during year 11 and year 13, my family didn't take holidays because I wanted to focus on just studying. Again, for me, the thing I prioritized the most was getting good grades on results day. And so I knew it again, like I told my parents I didn't really want to go on holiday those years. I just wanted to sit down in a room and do the work because I knew that I wasn't going to be able to do that if we were out in Tenerife, let's say. But that being said, it's not like, again, I would spend every single day. It is good to give yourself rest breaks. You don't have to study every single day. There would be days during year 11 and in year 13 where I would go out with friends. I would go to the movies. I'd enjoy. I remember going to watch the Avengers movies like maybe a few weeks before exams started because I just needed something to really de-stress over. So just because I'm giving advice on all these revision techniques doesn't mean that you can't give yourself breaks. I think it's all about really reflecting on how burnt out you are, whether you actually need a break, whether you need to de-stress, and then taking those breaks accordingly. There's no set routine or method of saying, oh, you should take one day as a break day every so and so many weeks. Just do it, play it by your ear, and figure out like, oh, I actually need a break. I'll be actually recharged and do better work if I've taken a break from my work and actually gone out with my friends. So play it by ear. Definitely do take breaks. Like, don't work yourself to the bone every single day. I should really stress that point. Yeah.
Thank you. And somebody wants to sort of see, could you go back to your routine slide?
Yes, I guess. Hold on. Which one? Can I clarify which I assume the school one.
Yeah.
But, right. Can we see it there? Where is my screen? Screen sharing is. Can we get someone to help with this? Can we get someone to? It's this one, right? Yeah. Okay. I'm just trying to access it.
This was screen share.
No, but I want to access the presentation. Yeah. Sorry. I like the mechanical keyboard, by the way. Yeah, is that the one?
Yeah.
What's the?
It says, yeah, it's the routine. Yeah, your routine. What's your routine? Yeah.
Yeah, that's my routine. As I said, the very generic, I would say, except maybe the two differentiating factors being that I used to work during lunchtime and get my work reviewed, and also that I would allocate 3 hours to my day during the evenings, and I would switch it up every hour to a new subject. Again, unless I was already in the flow, enjoying the work, where I might actually do a bit more. But generally, I would target an hour for each subject.
Thank you.
Yeah.
One last question.
Yeah.
Dr. Varadhan is asking, who rewards work in beating procrastination?
By rewards, I don't know. It kind of depends. I never thought any physical kind of reward. If you say, oh yeah, I'm going to treat myself to XYZ after doing this for so and so, maybe. I mean, like, again, it varies from person to person. For me, my reward was always just the satisfaction of getting good grades and being having that kind of just self-appreciation or pride from getting the good grades. But you know, I know other people who literally kind of say, if I get these good grades, I will reward myself with an iPhone. And to be fair, if you've got a pretty bad phone, it gives you a good incentive to work towards. But you know, I think there are some people who can set like those sorts of targets and rewards, and eventually they might think, actually, you know what? This reward isn't worth the amount of effort I'm putting in. I'll get the iPhone a different way. Yeah. So I think it can work, but you have to be very careful or targeted in how you do it. And I think the best reward is probably internal appreciation or happiness rather than any kind of physical or external thing.
Thank you so much. Actually, that brings the end of our session. And so thank you so much, Arvind, for an excellent talk.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, wonderful. And once again, thank everyone for joining this wonderful presentation. As Arvind said, there is another presentation between 8 and 9.
Yeah.
And so we will please join that and continue to join our Rise 24. And really appreciate that your generous donations, because Rise 24 is doing a lot of wonderful work in helping a lot of people and helping the community, help with the health education and health promotion and women empowerment. I really, really thank you all for joining us today, and please continue to support us.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for attending our RISE webinar. I'm happy to hand over to Dr. Faisal Ryan, who's going to be moderator for our the next speaker, Mr. Radhakrishnan. Faisal, could you answer? We couldn't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Absolutely.
So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening for the worldwide webinar. And I think I take the opportunity really to thank RISE Foundation to invite Radha. Radhakrishnan is a senior editor in Frontline, and he has been a journalist for last 30 years. He was a deputy editor in Hindu, then he was deputy chief of Tamil Nadu Bureau, then I think various roles, but above all that, Radha is so different from the routine journalism, I would say, because I studied with him. I've seen him as a scientist, I would say, because even if he's a journalist, he always wear the scientist goggles, because he's always curious and he is always like to answer the why, how, and what of everything. And this I'm not saying as an exaggeration just because he's my friend. I'm really, really honored to invite him for this. But before going into that, the title of this topic is very, very captivating. Hey there, what's your news source? This is a very captivating, not just captivating, it is very topical and it's very important, not just for the past generation, present generation, but for the future generation, because you know that how all the latest information technology educational teams in MIT, they are working on all algorithms just to find out the fake news and how would I say that the news source is also very most important thing, so that we'll know that are they biased or are they just fake news. So this is quite an important topic. And I always used to think, like what is the best way to change this attitude in the whole wide world, because we always, when we get news, like recently there's a cricket match which happened, or post-cricket match, there was a lot of problems raised in our own city, Leicester. So coming back to how to nudge people to think about accuracy, I think that's a simple way to improve their choices. So I will stop there and I will invite Radha to start. Thank you, Radha.
Thank you, Faisal, for that lovely introduction. I don't know, if it was me that you're talking about or some other genius. So thank you so much. And thank you, RISE Foundation, for this opportunity to talk at this extremely critical juncture, especially since England itself and UK in general, experiencing something that we have been subjected to for a very long time, and before us, the US has been subjected to for a very long time. That is the accuracy of the news source. So I am the question that I ask a lot of my friends young friends, old friends, is that, what is your news source? Where do you get your news from? Who told you this nonsense? Or who told you this wonderful and fascinating fact? And often, this is, like abracadabra. Finally, it's all from WhatsApp, right? Reuters Institute, in its latest study, which was published a month ago, says this: Indians blindly trust WhatsApp. The most sought after information channel for Indians everywhere happens to be WhatsApp. It was a significantly large sample that they had taken, and from that sample, the Reuters Institute studies on the net, and it has made a lot of observations on news consumption behavior and how Indians react to news and whatnot. But one thing that you need to understand is that we Indians trust WhatsApp, especially stuff that comes from my friends. Now that brings me to my most important question. You are when you go into, say, to buy something, right? You buy a house. How many inquiries will you make? You're going to buy a car. What kind of details will you go and seek out? You want to get married, for heaven's sake. What kind of information will you want to know about your bride or the groom, or your partner, basically, to be politically correct? Now, the thing is that we make so many inquiries about things that matter. And let me tell you, these are small things in life. You're buying a car, you're buying a house, you're finding a partner, are very small things in life. If you don't care for the society around you, or rather, you will not make an attempt to figure out what's happening to the society around you, or you will not have the inclination, time, or energy to figure out if something that you have received over WhatsApp, or something that is somebody has sent to you over Telegram or Signal or any of the other social media apps is actually factual, because that is the basic building block of society, and that also is the building block that will be destroyed because you end up believing one set of truths over another set of truths, because you will not make any inquiry over that. The kind of inquiries that you'll make when you're buying a house, the kind of inquiries that you'll make on specifications on the kind of car you want to buy, in India for about 10 lakh of rupees, or the kind of inquiries that you'll make to figure out if you want to find a boy. Oh, does he drink? Does he spend too much time with his friends? Does he gamble? Does he go to the horse races? Does he travel too much? Does he go to Thailand, for heaven's sake? And does he do things that is not compatible with a kind of family that we have known for? Our family, we will not be compatible with him, and so let us not go ahead with this particular proposal. And we make inquiries about the parents of the boys or the parents of the girls to figure out, oh, is he from a broken family? Is she from a broken family? What does the father do? Is he a drunkard? Is he an alcoholic? Is he a gambler? All these inquiries we make. Why don't we make the same inquiries about the society that we live in? Why don't we try to see what kind of society we are helping develop? Friends, democracy is an extremely fragile thing. And today it is being pulled at its seams everywhere across the world. Let me say that again. It's very easy to think of this nebulous concept of democracy, which will not affect any of us, right? Yenna democracy? Kya democracy ki bakwas karta hai? But democracy today is at a stage of its development that you can pull it apart at its seams with any tool that you have, any social media tool that you have. All that is required of you is to start a rumor. That's it. It will have a life of its own. A former colleague of mine, a guy who left the newspaper, The Hindu, in 1991, goes on and puts out a bunch of nonsense against The Hindu. He's a thoroughly discredited chap. He has been jailed by the Supreme Court of India. He's wanted in a molestation case in Tamil Nadu. And you won't believe, of course, he mentions my name, he mentions the Hindu editor's name, he mentions Enram's name, everybody's name and whatnot. And you won't believe, I have got it from 15 different sets of people from 3 countries and from 7 states of India. That is the power of WhatsApp. Oh, I don't believe this, but since you are in the Hindu, let me, I'm in Frontline right now. I write for the Hindu's magazine Frontline. Let me ask you, what is this? They're talking about you and they're talking about your paper and about the communist leanings and all of that. This is where we are today. Honest journalism is being torn apart every single day. If you don't budge, they come with the next weapon, takeover. The New Delhi television, one of the very few channels which has been standing up to government maybe for 3 minutes in 24 hours every single day, is the target today of a hostile takeover by Adani. Why is that? The government has all the channels that it wants. It has an Arnab Goswami, it has a Navika Kumar, it has a Rahul Srivastav, it has a Rahul, what is that other Rahul's name? India Today, ek Rahul bhi hai. Shiv Shankar is there, Rahul, I forget his name. There is all kinds of Rubia, Liaquat, and the entire Hindi channel, sings praises of the government. Why do they want NDTV? Because people have the propensity to search for the truth and look for it in places where they perceive will give a version of truths. That is why NDTV is important. That is why NDTV has to be taken over by Adani, whose growth is completely because of this government starting from 2014. If some government somewhere, some PSU bank somewhere, some bank anywhere, or a consortium of banks gives me 3.5 lakh crore rupees, I will be the second richest person in India, in the world today. That is what has happened to this guy. And he is paying for the favors that he has received by taking over a news channel whose latest report was the number of MLAs who have switched over to BJP for one reason or another or the other. You know how many MLAs have switched across India? 167 MLAs and counting as of now have switched over to the BJP from various political parties across India in just these few years. And why? Did all these 167 MPs suddenly became knowledgeable about the BJP's policies and whatnot, and hence they went this way? Or is it something else? I leave that question to you because I'm digressing here and I don't want to go down that path. This is the Srinivasan Jain show, reality check. You can go there and watch it and decide how much money it takes to buy 167 MLAs. Rule of thumb, about 20 crores per MLA, 167 will come to 3,300 crores. That is the kind of money that you can spend if you have that kind of money. That is one part of the story. I am coming to something much deeper. I am asking you, the individual who has been part of the system, who has benefited out of the system, who was taken care by the system, who was provided safety by the system, who was educated by the system, who was given a job by this very democratic system that you don't care for. I am asking you, why don't you care for these services that has been provided to you? Where is your sense of responsibility? Do you have a sense of responsibility at all? If yes, will you not at least try and figure out what happened to your country just a few days back? Will you believe the news sources that are coming to you? Do you not have friends in these communities? Will you not reach out to those friends to figure out what exactly happened? Or are you going to have a beer on the coming Sunday and sit back and say, यार ये तो किसी और का मामला है, हमें क्या दिक्कत, हमारा क्या है? Are you going to say, this is not our problem, somebody else's problem? Yeah, buddy, that community is useless. They are like that only. Is that what our reaction is going to be? Your reaction is going to be? And let me also tell you, there is a price that you pay for standing up and finding the truth and speaking up. It's not easy. The pursuit of truth is not easy. Speaking up about the truth that you have found out is even more bitter and difficult. Because when you speak the truth, there are 100 others who do not want you to speak the truth. They will try to silence you. The first weapon that is available is to discredit you. What have you done in your past? What have you done is what you have done is possibly there out in the social media, right? They will go and scroll down every single tweet of yours, every single Insta post of yours, every single Facebook post of yours, every single thing that you have said on YouTube, every single comment you have left somewhere on the net, which you think you would have forgotten. You might have written it in some kind of a drunken stupor or whatever. All that will come to bite you. You might have a picture with some lovely looking man or a lovely looking girl or whatever. Maybe you're married today. That picture will come up. Everything. I mean, it is no holds barred. If you want to speak your version of the truth, I again say there can only be versions of the truth after an incident has taken place. This is not my usage. This is after the Watergate. I mean, we go, I mean, the farcical nature of history we keep repeating. And this is not something that I said. This is something that Carl Woodward and Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein said during the Watergate trial, which was happening in the US. After an event, there can only be versions of the truth. And Bob Woodward said, we are trying to provide the best version of the truth, best possible version of the truth. That was his usage. Your pursuit and your inquiry should be to achieve, should be to reach this best possible version of the truth. Now, you might say that, look, that's not my job. You're a journalist. It's you who should do it. I am a doctor, I'm an engineer, I'm a professional, I am this, I am that, and I have a different job. Yeah, I get that. I get that totally. But it's not my job too. My job is to inform you and try and educate you about an event that happened in my part of the world or the areas that I cover. Unfortunately, the social media is so huge. Political parties are so huge. The monies that political parties have are so unlimited that they can keep on pushing content for 24 hours, 7 days of the week, 365 days of the year. So my request to you will be only this. Before you forward anything on WhatsApp or Telegram or Signal or anywhere, can you vouch for it? Do you believe that this particular incident happened and this is how it happened? If not, if you're merely forwarding it, saying that, oh, I got this, I'm just sending it to you because your name is here, I will say that is the most irresponsible form of a human being there can be. Because you do not spend time to figure out if that information that has been given is correct or wrong. So where do you get this authentic information and all of that? Where do you actually go for authentic information? Do you go to a supermarket? Do you is it available online for sale or something? No. It's much harder than that. Why is it much harder than that? It is much harder than that because if the media gangs up for one reason or the other, then it is impossible to get at the best possible version of truth. Ukraine and Russia are the greatest examples of the West. What you see in BBC will be parroted by the CNN a few hours later, a few minutes later, a few seconds later, almost in the same, almost the same language. There'll be slight differences here and there. The same will be parroted by Al Jazeera. The same will be parroted by Sky News in a different form, in a right-wing form, and the same will be parroted by multiple media outlets. I am not saying that the Russian aggression of Ukraine is right. I'm only saying that there is a history to it. That history involves NATO. That history involves NATO's exercises right on the border of Russia. And when Ukraine said that it wanted to be part of NATO, that's when the Russians woke up. They didn't have a choice and they decided to invade. Now, for a minute, I'm not justifying. Let me just cut out the part. They didn't have a choice. Russia decided to invade because its military commanders thought they didn't have a choice. That is the history. Have you heard this history from anywhere? If not, there are, this is just one version I'm telling you. There can be other versions as well. There is a Russian version. So what is the first thing that the Western military industrial complex did when the war with Ukraine was going on? They banned Russia media institutions, and Russian state completely from social media platforms. The second thing they did, they cut out Russian media channels from airing in the West because they said it's propaganda. They are trying to fool us, and they're trying to create public opinion and all of that. This is one part of it. Let us go back to the 2016 elections in the US, where Russia and possibly China had a huge hand, which led to the victory of Donald Trump. There was so much of negative information that was flowing into the system that people started believing wild conspiracy theories. All it required was for Trump, the madman that he is, to say some nonsense and walk away from there. It will be taken over by social media, by these Russian operatives or people sitting in Russia itself or in other places like say Moldova and all of that, and then start a complete, swamping social media with messages which aligns with that of Trump. The 2016 elections were influenced by social media in the United States. And that is one of the reasons why Hillary Clinton lost. I firmly believe that was one of the main reasons. Of course, it is a fact that US, given its conservative nature, conservative in the sense that regressive nature, it's not conservative, regressive nature will possibly never elect a woman. But beyond that, given the fact that it was Trump running against Hillary, that was possibly the best chance of a woman to ever get elected as president of the United States. But the kind of messaging that went out on social media, thanks to Russian propaganda, Russian interference in the election, helped obviously Americans, tip to one side, and Trump won as a result, though the margin was not a fantastic one at all. So you have these two instances: 2016 Russian interference in American elections, and in 2021 and 22 you have the entire West ganging up and completely shutting down Russian propaganda in the West. Now I ask you, which is right? So these are extremely loaded questions. There are no right and wrong in any of these things. If you believe that the nation state is the reason of your existence, for your existence, if you believe that the nation state is important because it provides you safety, security, and education, looks after you, and that is where you want to be, obviously you have to be on the part of that nation state, regardless of whether it's Russia or US. And hence, when a nation state does something wrong, you will not be in a position to stand up and say what you're doing is wrong, what you're doing is immoral, what you're doing is just not right, what you're doing is against humanity. That is the reason why nation states get away with a lot of nonsense, including crimes against humanity. So let us place the Hindu-Muslim divide in India. Let us place the racial issues in England and the UK, US and other places in this perspective. If you look at it, the nation state is always right because nation state provides me security. I cannot question the nation state, and because of security it provides, because of all the other paraphernalia that it gives me, my stable job, my commute to work, and the fact that I can take my children on a holiday. When that is your starting point, you cannot question the nation state. Now, if your nation state is going to be a holy cow, what is going to be the next holy cow? Is it going to be the political party that you support? Is it going to be the local community that you support? Is it going to be your religion, people of your religion that you support? Is it going to be your family that you support? Is it going to be you that you undeniably support? Where do you draw the moral line and say this is wrong and this is right? These are extremely difficult questions to answer. I'm not saying that I have the answers for any of these questions. I'm only saying, I have formed my own, perception of these questions, and I live by that code. There was another guy who lived by a similar code, and now he's being hunted. His name is Edward Snowden. When Snowden realized that the national security apparatus in the United States is doing 100% surveillance on all its citizens, regardless of what it tells a court, regardless of what it tells Congress, regardless of what it tells the Senate, he went after them. He exposed them. And there is a price to pay for that. The price to pay is that he can never come back. We might say that, oh, he went too far and this is, maybe he should have waited and all of that. There is no, there are no halfway homes here when you decide that you are going to take on the state. Your slightest action will invite a very violent reaction from the state, because the state does not want anybody to question it. We're talking about democracies, US and India and all of that. There was another person who questioned the government. I would say he was reckless, and he dumped far too many files. And I was, I also have a personal grudge against him because my office dumped all the files on me. I'm talking about Julian Assange, and I had to go through this voluminous files. And I think I spent about 6 to 8 months of my life doing just that, looking at what this guy has said and how relevant it is to India and all of that. It is a very painful thing, because you come up with something once and say week and a half, 2 weeks, and editors get impatient. But that's another part of the story. But the fact is that Julian Assange decided to take on the state, what he saw was extremely, what he thought was the state trying to take over the complete functions of everything and everybody else and trying to control everybody. That's where Julian Assange got off and said, no, I am going to publish everything. I'm okay with agents on the ground getting in harm's way. I don't care. I'm going to publish all these things. Edward Snowden did something similar. Edward Snowden also wrote a book. I suggest that you read the book. And Edward Snowden also had to pay the price, and that's where he is now. So there are multiple people who have taken on the state and have come out on the wrong side. I'm not saying take on the state. I'm only saying if you intend forwarding a WhatsApp message, please figure out if it is right or wrong. That simple thing you can do. I mean, let me go back to a few old examples, because these are things that some of you, I mean, this even now keeps coming, and maybe we laugh at it, maybe we don't think much about it. You remember India demonetized its currency, and there was this one Hindi news channel which said that there was a computer chip embedded in the 2000 rupees bill. Do you remember that? Oh, somebody else said that there was a GPS, so even if you bury it 40 feet under the ground, the GPS will signal to the satellite, and the satellite will signal to the IT office, and the IT guys will come and radio plays. Do you remember that story? It was not on just one channel. One channel started it, and everybody else picked up, and it was news all over the place. So once the 2000 rupees note came out, we know that there was no GPS tagging, or there was no computer chip embedded in it, and then you can keep store as much of that money as possible, and every single thing, or every single thing that they said will be achieved because of demonetization has been negated. Now currency under circulation has gone up. Fake currency is being seized left, right, and center. There is no let up in that. Black money is as big as ever. If you go by the seizures in the recent times, oh, okay, it's only on opposition MLAs and politicians, but even then, look at the seizures that is happening across the board. So every single thing that the government claimed this is going to do, we will completely shift to a digital kind of setup and all of that, and none of those things happened. Of course, at least today, of course, in petrol pumps and other places, they do accept a card, which was not the case earlier. I mean, like, at least they in rural areas, it was not easy to do that. So none of those were met. But all of us remember the story. How many of us went to figure out if there was actually a GPS, in that embedded in the 2000 rupee note? Did we? Was that not a very easy thing to do? Shouldn't we have done that? I jog your memory to go back to 2015, 16, 17, and all of that, when one of the most popular forwards on WhatsApp was that UNESCO has declared Prime Minister Narendra Modi as the best Prime Minister, and the Indian national anthem Jana Gana Mana as the best national anthem. Haven't we heard that? I'm very sure that at least 50% of you sitting there, regardless of whether you speak English with a British accent or with an Indian accent, would have got some version of this particular WhatsApp forward. Only thing we didn't ask is, does UNESCO do this thing? Does UNESCO declare, heads of government as best prime minister, or best head of state, or head of government, and all of that? Did we even ask that question? If not, why not? There was a third story. I mean, I don't know how many of you are from Kerala. I see one person's, dad's name Karunanidhi, and of course Faisal is there. So there was a story in Kerala, I think about 2019, 20 or so, that there was a conversion rate card. Basically, how much will you be paid if you are willing to convert to Islam? This was unearthed in Kerala. So went the story. Now, it was soon disproved. This is again, one of the Hindi channels started it, and then it is taken up, and it is all over the place. And then finally, it was figured out that no, this is not true. How many such stories have you seen? Every single thing that you see on today. I mean, today Rahul Gandhi is doing his yatra. You can see the number of fake stories coming out of that yatra. You can also see the Prime Minister being attacked on various forums, his face being morphed and put into places where he has never been at all. Now, these are all things that we have seen from time to time, and these are all things that we have gotten used to, and we are like more like, array, what is this? Yeah, it is sticky. It doesn't matter. That is the kind of nonchalance that we have come to think that these are things. These things are really okay. We have to also remember that fake news has become such a huge thing that even the Pope had to comment on it. Pope Francis's words, and I like to quote here, he said that fake news is like a crafty serpent that tricked Adam and Eve. I mean, can you imagine the importance of this sentence, that the Pope is actually bringing in the first man and the first woman created to the picture to tell us how bad, fake news is, and how we are ending up helping spread it. If responsibility is the answer to the spread of fake news, then a weighty responsibility rests on the shoulders of those whose job is to provide information, namely journalists, the protectors of the news. Now, I can't particularly agree with that, because it gives us journalists the monopoly of news dissemination. That is no longer true. What we see, and I come to the last part of my talk, I'll take questions if there are. Why do I say it is not true? In the age of social media, you can sit at your home, you can make a video, 30-second video, 50-second video, and upload it. And in an hour, 2 hours, depending on your popularity, you can see that, if you're a star, 1 million people would have seen it already. If you're not all that big a star, you get a star to tweet it, or you get somebody to put it on their Insta page. You will again see the kind of the number of people who watch it. All that you need to do, I mean, you can do this as an exercise also, but then I'm not sure what the laws in your country are. Wherever you are, you might get arrested too. You can make an outrageous claim. You can say that Prince Charles will no longer be emperor. Somebody else is going to take over the seat, and you can make this outrageous claim. And I'm telling you, it will go viral. The very attempt of all social media attempts, influencers, the attempt of every single person who is on social media is to, of course, become an influencer. How do you become an influencer? You become an influencer by either talking about cinema, or you talk about food, or you talk about something extremely outrageous. So these things, 3 things are happening side by side all over the place. And the one thing that really sells on social media, and of course, is to pander to our fears. What is your greatest fear? Your security, the security of your family, and the security of your loved ones, right? That is where we attack. We, as in, that is where the person who thinks that he needs to get the better of you, or he needs your support, that is where he will attack. What will he say? Oh, immigrants are going to take over the whole country. We need to put a stop to these immigrants and send them back to Uganda. Does it solve the problem? Has it ever solved a problem? An immigrant issue? Immigration issue? Shouldn't there be due process before you send them back to Uganda, knowing fully well that they will be persecuted there? It can be in another form, which is what is happening right now in UK with an extremely weak political leadership. Though the administration is strong and is effective, all it requires is a leadership that is unwilling to take decisions, or unwilling to take harsh decisions that will completely destroy the fabric of society, just as deep divides have set in India. I'm not sure if you people who belong to the Indian diaspora even talk about the fact that the diaspora today is an entirely and completely divided being. It is divided down the center between right-thinking people and Hindu-thinking people, Hindutva-thinking people. It is divided down the line between people who want to support the government in India, not particularly the government in India, Narendra Modi in India, to the exclusion of everything else. This is not a phenomenon which is, just confined to one particular society or community in England in your, area of operation. This is across the world. So who divides people and who unites people? Don't tell me, Rahul Gandhi is going to unite people and Modi is going to divide people. Those are simple answers. Those are simplistic answers. Those are not the answers that you're looking for. What divides people is their fear. What unites people is also their fear. There cannot be a different set of, criteria for you love your country. So that's why you want to be part of the setup that, whatever is happening, I want to be part of the Indian High Commission setup and all of that. But essentially, I mean, there are dinners that you'll be invited to. There will be, community meetings when the Prime Minister comes. You'll be part of that gathering in one of the stadium and all of that. Great, Wembley, wherever, it's great. All of that will happen. But beyond that, what unites you is fear. What divides you is also fear. Now, one of the things that a friend of mine writing in the Hindu on Periyar, Kanimozhi Karunanidhi, what she has written is that increasingly what is happening is that we are unable to communicate with each other. That is the left and the right, or the people on the Periyar side of the divide and the people on the Golwalkar side of the divide are unable to communicate to one another. So the first thing in society to even bring a semblance of normalcy to the Indian diaspora is to start these conversations. It is essential that you fight fake news. It is essential that you challenge fake news. It is essential that you try and maintain that harmony in society by verifying anything that comes to your WhatsApp group or anywhere else. But the people who have put it out, for instance, if this news comes in a group, something about Hindus being attacked somewhere comes in a group, if you're going to confront the guy in the WhatsApp group as to who put this out, he is never going to accept he's wrong. You have seen this in all your family groups. You can try and fight as much as you want. You can say this is not true. Then there will be a what about what happened in 1947, what happened before 1947, what happened then, what happened now, and all of that. There'll be all kinds of things, all kinds of these conversations happening. How do you engage with those people? There is no one standard formula for engagement. You need to somehow manage to talk to that person. Communication is the most important thing that has to happen between a person who thinks that this kind of right-wing behavior will not unite people at all. If you are going to tell him that what he does is did is wrong and he has to get out of the group and all of that, you will again create a division in the group and the group will be split right down the middle. Or it can be 40% this side, 60% that side, or whatever. What you would have achieved is to create, one set of people who hate you, and there will be another set of people here who hate them. That's not the idea of a diaspora. That's not the idea why Indian communities live together in other parts of the world. The idea is to contribute to that particular society. The idea is for safety, security, and all of that. So the idea is for communions. The idea is to get together in brotherhood and fellowship. To achieve that, it is extremely essential that, of course, you confront fake news. Of course, you don't forward nonsense that comes out from these groups. But at the same time, try and engage with these people who are the fulcrums of fake news in your own communities, in your own societies, in your own homes. If you do that, then a large part of this problem will definitely come down. I wouldn't say it will vanish, because such is the power of social media, such is the power of leaders in this country, such is the power of the being itself, this entire beast. It is not something that you can tame, merely because you have had one victory, merely because you have talked to somebody and that person actually believes what you say is right, and hence he is going to stop doing that at this point. So I will stop there, and I will if there are any questions, I'll take. Oh, but there's lots of.
That's a brilliant talk. I think we can talk for hours and hours, because it's the fake news source. You can recently see, I just want to say about the recent COVID infection and the fake news about vaccination, which created the fear in people. And that has caused so much of mortality and stuff. It's all there. We know, we have the evidence. So I'm saying not only politically, I'm saying, I think in every sector of life, this affects. So there are a few questions I could see. I will start with Subbu's. Subramaniam Ganeshan is one of our pediatricians here, who has asked how fake news can affect the elections in a country, as all parties try to spread wrong information in every party. And can you give me a recent example, a party leader winning the election purely based on fake news?
See, when one party has taken over the entire election, entire media machinery in the country, you need to understand that the media is a privately owned business. It's a corporate in India. Corporates are there, the small businessmen are there, and all of that. And media depends largely on government for a lot of permissions. It needs government ads. There are a lot of other things also happening. So given that, what we need to understand is that it is very easy, if the government thinks, to spread fake news. One of the biggest fake news in recent times was Smriti Irani. Smriti Irani's daughter was running in Goa, she was running a restaurant called Silly Souls. Smriti Irani claimed that it was not her daughter's restaurant at all, when there are videos where the daughter is in the restaurant claiming that it is her restaurant, to a popular Mumbai-based comedian, and that YouTube also is there. And she made this claim, and there is an RTI from an activist in Goa revealed that it was owned by the company which was this particular Silly Souls restaurant was being held by a company in which Smriti Irani and her husband has shares. Of course, Smriti being a minister, I don't think she can hold shares. Her husband held shares. So the vehemence with which she attacked anybody who tried to say that she had her daughter had a stake in the restaurant was carried all over the place. It was as if this was the biggest thing that was happening. That is, fake news winning elections. See, fake news is one of the many things which will contribute to winning elections. It cannot be the only thing, because what is essential for an election victory is obviously you have to work on the ground. You cannot just rely on fake news, or a negative impression of a candidate to win elections. Elections in India mean a lot of things. You have to go to the ground, you have to meet the people, you have to convince them that the other person is wrong or the other person is talking nonsense. So, and of course, there is an element of money involved, there is local mobilization involved, and there is a lot of local dynamic that is actually involved. So you need money to feed this machine, and you need local people to go and tell them to come and vote. That's how elections are won. Fake news has a serious impact on elections, and I think 2014 was the greatest instance as far as I can see, because it contributed to the BJP's victory. Because I'm one of the first persons to say that the entire 2G scam is fake. 2011, I was trolled mercilessly for it, and I got upset, and I was in a very bad place at that point of time. But today I stand corrected. I'm right. What is the money that you got in 5G? auction? Why does the money you got in 4G auction? What is the money you got in 3G auction? And how does it compare? 2G, there is the Comptroller and Auditor General of India, India's Kanakku Pillai, the mathematician, the guy who keeps accounts in India. The guy saying that, no, you don't need to go by, this thing of actual laws. You got to go by notional laws, it seems. He has taken, Vinod Roy has taken this entire country for a ride. 1.76 lakh crore. No, now, did money change hands in 2G? Honestly, I don't know. But I do not think any government project is sanctioned and implemented without money changing hands. This is from my 30 years as journalist I'm talking. No project in any country happens without money changing hands. So 2G also money might have changed hands, but the point is that there was 2G. Then there was Baba Ramdev. Look at all the people who are talking about Nirbhaya. Where are they now? Look at the agitation in Ramlila grounds. Look at the leadership. Kiran Bedi, this guy, that Bakwas Saint, and all of those fellows, they benefited hugely from the BJP. They were all BJP stooges, but who could mobilize people and who could create a fake narrative at that point of time. Was that the only thing? That there was, the entire ecosystem that they managed. Rupee is falling today. Does Anand Mahindra speak up? Does Rubia Liaquat speak up? Does Amitabh Bachchan speak up? Does Akshay Kumar speak up? Does Juhi Chawla speak up? All these people, go back to their 2013 tweets. You will see that the entire, filmdom in Bombay had spoken. Aaj kya hua? What is there in their mouths now? Fear. They dare not speak against the Modi government. They were speaking when it was 66 rupees. Today it's 81. Ask one of them to speak. Ask one corporate guy to speak. So this entire ecosystem was created. Corrupt government. Because of corruption, rupee is falling. Because of corruption, 1.76 lakh Leke Raja ran off to Perambalur. And they made a relationship between Raja and Kanimuli also. And then because of corruption, Nirbhaya lost her life and all of that. How many rapes have happened after that? What happened in Lakhimpur Kari? Was anybody arrested in Lakhimpur Kari? That boy was arrested. The minister's boy was arrested. What happened after that? These are questions we need to think at. Yeah.
Rather, the other question I would like to ask is, how do you deal with the news from the Western media taking moral high ground against developing nations?
Don't watch. See, no, a lot of these people have absolutely no idea about India. They sit in Delhi. They speak to people like me to understand Sri Lanka and Maldives and, of course, Tamil Nadu. And they write. They are very good writers. They are very good speakers and all of that. So they get somebody to, write their, inputs, and then they speak into a camera. End of story. That's it. I would say that, people who write on economics, they know what they're talking, because they have much better data inputs than the Indian journalists themselves. Alex Trivedi, my friend in economics, for instance, writes some of the best stories ever on economics in India. On economics, yes, the Western journalists are way ahead. Their predictions are never really wrong. And today you have to read Andy Mukherjee, what Andy Mukherjee has written today in Bloomberg, The Growth of Adani. Please read that. You will understand the kind of crony capitalism that is happening in India today and where we will end up because of that.
I think the other thing I wanted to ask you, I know that normally it is the false news which spread faster. It's been proven, and a lot of studies, even I think MIT has done beautiful studies on this, David Rand and team, how falsehoods are more retweeted than the truth. So one is how to, one you said the source, to check the source, but okay, I'm at least sometimes, like I can ask for a help and ask, like what is a real source. But normally, like I tell them, even if it's a WhatsApp news, just first check in the Google, okay, and see what's the source of the news. And only if you're sure about it, then if you want to WhatsApp, you can forward the WhatsApp messages. But now, to depend on Google information also, I'm not sure. So for people, for information, like where to turn for the right thing, like that's that. So that's a confusion we have. It's like for vaccination, imagine the kind of fear they created. So even now, there are non-vaccinators protesting in central London. They come and do a lot of hoopla about it. And there are people inside the hospital. There are still people where I work, people who have not, it's not 100%, because it's all human rights issue. So if you don't want, it's your wish. But spreading the news of the vaccination conspiracy, like that is really bad.
Yeah, true. I completely agree with you on that. Where do you find, how can you correlate the news? I think you should, for starters, have a set of media outlets that you actually can trust. Now, Guardian is left of center, but that is not enough reason to distrust them. There is stuff in there which for me is sometimes fault and all of that. But what I would do is I would have a set of media outlets which I kind of trust, and if those media outlets report the news exactly as I have seen it somewhere else, I think by and large, it might be right. That is one way. Anything that happens in your community, you have to necessarily, seek out people and figure out what exactly happened, because journalists are notorious for getting names and ages and places and everything else wrong. That is one part. The second part, obviously, is that there are agendas everywhere. There can be a security agenda for media outlets in England, for instance, about your community. They don't want to report certain things. They will put out what they think or what the police say to them as gospel truth. So those things you need to be very careful about.
Thanks a lot. I think we have still 3 minutes to complete. There is one quick thing I want to ask, because Subbu has asked about the thing about Indian politics in 10 years' time. How do you look at Indian politics in next 10 years' time? And is there any positive way for an economical redemption?
See, for economic improvement to happen in India, it is very certain that you need to necessarily correct the fundamentals. You cannot have 3 or 4 corporates running the country. You need to necessarily make sure that the trickle-down effect actually takes place. I mean, I saw something on Twitter the other day which basically said that how does trickle-down economics work? So this British, Exchequer, Chancellor to the Exchequer says something like, you hand over money to the 1% of the creamy layer, the really wealthy people, and then he stops. So the journalist asks, then what? And he says, then what? That's the story. That's all. So basically, whatever has happened after the downturn, the US economic meltdown in the US, where US gave away billions of $125 billion to the banks, and the banks refused to let it out, that cannot be a model of development. What we see in India is actually a model of development which can actually work, which basically is to make sure that the social indicators of the people are good or okay. Like there is free bus rides for women in Tamil Nadu. There is Kudumbashree in Kerala. There are noon meal schemes across many states in India, and the social welfare schemes that have been put together. Those are things that will actually bring out an improvement. For that, the governments have to have money. State governments have to have money. Unless that is done, definitely, I mean, what is at the end of the day is economic improvement. Economic improvement, I believe, is if the entire society is able to uplift itself economically to the extent that nobody needs to be doing scavenging, for instance. Nobody needs to be picking up garbage to make a living. or nobody needs to be doing these very bad jobs which can be done by a mechanical device. That for me is economic improvement. And I think some states of India is headed that way, but unfortunately UP and Bihar together will pull it down. Where is Indian politics headed in next 10 years time? I would say that I think Hindutva politics has to run its course. I've said this in several forums. I'll say it here too. The conversation between Hindutva politics and the secular politics did not happen when it was supposed to happen. It was supposed to happen in 1947. Unfortunately, we had Jawaharlal Nehru, this huge stalwart of a man who literally rode crushing all these objections. And Sardar Patel was convinced by him. Every single person, Maulana Azad and everybody was convinced by him. And of course, they were also having secular outlooks because they grew up in London and whatnot. And even Mahatma Gandhi subscribed to that view of worldview of India, that India will be secular, every citizen will be treated equal. So this question of whether, the irony of 1947 is that when we got independence, and even today, we are an extremely feudal society. We still, the father of the house makes all kinds of decisions, including Faisal. Yeah.
Sorry, Radha. I think that question. I think we need to have another. We can definitely. We are going to invite you again.
One line. Let me just.
Yeah.
So the thing is that the conversation which was supposed to happen in 1947 is happening now, and that will happen over a period of time when Hindutva will actually run its course, and then we will come back at some point of time, maybe not in my lifetime, as a secular nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Radha. That was fantastic, totally enlightening. And I wish, I think I could answer most of the questions. And we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for joining us.
Bye, Faisal.
Thank
Pleasure.
you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. I'm handing this back to the Rice Foundation team. Thank you.
Thanks, Faisal. Emma Sri, you can start.
Hello, everyone. Following all the Power Packed session, welcome to Gentle Yoga. So without further delay, let's start Gentle Yoga. Yoga has been around the world for 7,000 years for a good reason. The effects of yoga on our well-being go far beyond a single neurotransmitter. However, it is a daily pill that makes us hale and healthy throughout our lives. Perhaps the best thing you would find in yoga is that individuals of any age can easily do yoga and avail its benefits. You can do yoga either in the early morning or in the evening. All that you need is an open space, a mat, and a physical and mental presence to grasp its benefits. In our midst, I'm glad to welcome and introduce Uma Kesavan, a yoga instructor with a decade of experience practicing it. She's trained on yoga training from Krishnamacharya Yoga Mantram in Chennai. She has passionately taken yoga for her life, and she has also spread yoga to whomever she could reach out. So over to you, Uma.
Thank you, Hemashri. You put it like beautifully. And welcome everyone, and thank you for being here. Let's get straight into the practice. If some of you could keep the video on, it would be helpful. Is that possible? Hema?
Yes, Uma.
Your video is on, Uma, please. You can carry on.
Oh, no, I was just wondering if any of the participants' video can be on. It's okay. If not, it's fine. Yeah. Let's go straight to the practice. Right, today we are doing a gentle practice as it's only a few hours after lunch. And also it's time of the day, like we are not most active. If you have a mat, it's good. If not, it's fine. We are going to only do a few standing postures and maybe 1 or 2 lying down postures. First, I would like you to stand with your feet apart. So they are just a hip width apart. And they are parallel to each other. Your hands are by your side. Take a few moments here to observe yourself, your body, and your mind. Take a couple of deep breaths. And when you're ready, gently close your eyes. As you know, the difference between yoga and the physical exercise is we become aware of ourselves during yoga. We focus on the breath and our body. So connecting to ourselves is important during the practice. Being mindful of our moves, of how our body feels, and how our breath works makes us aware of our state, mental and physical. So keeping your hands by your side, arms touching your thighs. You're looking straight ahead. So your neck and head is aligned with your spine. Take 2 deep breaths here. Inhaling as slow as possible. And exhale slow and gentle. One more deep breath. Now slowly become aware of your posture, the way you are standing, the way you're holding yourself. If keeping your eyes closed is difficult, you can keep them open. Keep your gaze down. See if you are centered and your weight is distributed between both your legs. Relax your shoulders, pull them back a little so your chest is open. Let go of your muscles. And when you're ready, gently open your eyes. Hope you can hear me clearly. And throughout the practice, I will be instructing as well as doing it. If you are in any doubt, you can stop, watch me do it once, and then continue. What we're doing is suitable for beginners and practitioners. Now, keeping your feet still apart, just take your arms up slowly by the side. Take it all the way up and join your palms together. Pause there for a second and slowly come back down. Now let's add a breath to it. So on an inhale, take your arms up slowly. Keep it slow and gentle. Pause here. And on an exhale, bring it down. Let's do it once more with the breath. Inhale, take it up. Pause. Exhale, bring it down. You can keep your eyes closed as you do this if you want to feel it more. This time we are going to add one more action. So we're going to lift our heels off the ground as we do this, okay? On an inhale, as you take your arms up, gently lift your heels off the ground. It's better to keep the eyes open for this. And as you go up, just stay here for 1 or 2 seconds before you come back down on an exhale. As you bring your hands down, bring your heels down. Once more, inhale, arms up, heels up, and do it slowly. Coordinating your movements and your breath. Exhale, slowly come back down. All right, this time, as we go up, we are going to join our fingers and turn the palms up, okay? Inhale, arms go up, heels go up. If you find standing on your toes difficult, you can keep them down. Keep your heels down. So as you go up, join your fingers and push your arm outwards. Stay for 1 or 2 seconds. On an exhale, come back down. Let's do this once more. Inhale, arms up, heels up. Keep your balance. Join your palms. Join your fingers and open your palms. And exhale, come back down. And next time we are going to do a twist. For this, we'll keep the heel down. So on an inhale, take only your arms up. Join your fingers, turn the palm out. On an exhale, twist towards your right. Just a gentle twist. Inhale, come back to the middle. And exhale, twist to the other side. Feet is firmly on the ground. Inhale, come back to the middle. And exhale, arms down. Once more. Inhale, slowly take your arms up. Join your fingers, turn the palms out. On an exhale, twist. Twist towards your right. Inhale, come to the middle. And exhale, twist to the other side. Inhale to the middle. Exhale down. All right, we're done with the stretches. And now we're going to just take a stride towards your left or right. You're just opening up the legs. And make sure the stride is comfortable. Find your balance here. Your feet are parallel. Center yourself once again. All right. Now turn your left foot 90 degrees so it's facing the wall. I'll show you first one without breath and then we'll add the breath. So as we are going to take our arms up, we are going to bend the left knee. And then we are going to bring the left elbow to the left knee as we take the right hand up. So your inner arm is touching your ear, your hand straight. So you will feel the stretch on the right side. And if you want more stretch, you bring your left hand down to the floor, which gives you more stretch. All right, so let's do this. Let's do this with the breath now. On an inhale, take your arms up and bend your left knee. On an exhale, left elbow to left knee as you bring your right arm across. Hold it for a second. Inhale, come back to the middle, straighten your knee. Exhale, arms down. Now let's do the right side. So your left foot comes back and your right turns towards the right wall. Inhale, take your arms up and bend your right knee. Exhale, bring your right elbow to right knee and your left arm goes across. Keep your arm straight, if you could, and your arm is touching your ear. Stay here for a second. And then on an inhale, come up to the middle. Straighten your knee. Exhale, arms down. We'll do one more round. So feet parallel to each other. Now turn your left towards the left wall. Inhale, arms up, left knee bend. Exhale, elbow to the knee, arms across. And if you want to take it further, take your arm down to the floor. Feel the stretch on your right side. Inhale, come up. Straighten your knee. Exhale, arms down. Bring your left leg back towards the front and turn your right foot. Inhale, arms up. Bend your right knee. Exhale, stretch. So right elbow to the right knee, left arm goes across, straight. Stay here for a second. If you want more stretch, take your hand down. Inhale, come to the middle, straighten your knee. Exhale, arms down. Bring your feet together. Take a breath here. I'll show the next one we are going to do. You can just rest. I'll turn sideways so you guys can see me. If you're quite flexible, keep your feet together. If you find it difficult to do a forward bend, keep your feet hip width apart. On an inhale, we are going to take our arms up from the front this time. On an exhale, we are going to go for a forward bend. And just go as far as you can reach, wherever that is. Even if you have to stop midway, it's fine. If you can go down, go down. So once we come here, we're going to take an in-breath. On the next exhale, we are going to go down. If you can't touch down, just bend your knees slightly. So you can go fully down and place your palms down on the floor. If you can straighten your knee, it's fine. If you can't, it's fine too. On an inhale, we're going to come up. On exhale, arms down. Okay, so let's do this 4 times. Keep your feet together or hip width apart, whichever is comfortable. On an inhale, take your arms up. Exhale, go for a forward bend as far as you could reach. Just keep it slow and gentle. Be aware of your back. Take an in breath here. Next exhale, go down. Bend your knees if you have to and place your palms down on the floor. Pause there for a second. Inhale, come all the way up. And exhale, arms down. As we do this, keep focusing on your lower back. Inhale, arms up. Exhale, forward bend. Inhale here. Exhale, go further down. Inhale, come back up. And exhale, arms down. Keep it gentle. If you find it difficult, you can stop here or we'll do 2 more times. Inhale, go up. Exhale, forward bend. Take an in breath. Next exhale, go further down. Inhale, come up. And exhale, arms down. One last time. Inhale, arms up. Exhale, forward bend. Take an in breath. Exhale, go further down. Inhale, come up. And exhale, arms down. All right, relax. Take a breath here again. We're going to do squatting next. I'll show it to you first. So for this, I'm going to keep my feet a little bit apart, bigger than a hip width. It makes squatting easier. And also we are not keeping the feet parallel this time. We're going to open up about 45 degrees. Okay. And then on an inhale, we're going to take the arms up. Exhale, we're going to squat down as we bring the arms down. Just go as further you could. Inhale, come up. And exhale, arms down. So try to coordinate your breath and your movement and take it very slow. Listen to your body. Don't push beyond your limits. Do wherever you can, stop there and come back up. Ready? Take an in breath as you take your arms up. Exhale. Do a squat, slowly come down. Keep your upper body straight. Just go down as much as you could. Inhale, come up. And exhale, arms down. Inhale, arms up. Exhale, squat. Inhale, come up. And exhale, arms down. We'll do it twice more. Inhale, go up. Exhale, squat. Just keep it gentle. Go down slowly. Keep looking straight ahead. Inhale, come up. Exhale, arms down. Just one more. Inhale, go up. Exhale, come down. See if there is any changes to your breath as you do this, as we are putting a little more stress on our body. Inhale, go up. And exhale, arms down. Now bring your feet together, or hip width apart, hands by your side. And take a few seconds here. Now take this time to observe your breath and your body and see if there is any difference between when we started and now. Be mindful of your movements, of your breath. And see if you can listen to your body, listen to the subtle changes. Now, the next thing we are going to do is the tree posture, the balancing one. If you need a support, take a chair, or you can do next to a wall. So you can just hold one hand here as we're going to stand on one leg. Or if you're okay with it, we'll do without support. And again, I'll give you a few options. Either you can keep your feet on your shin, or take it onto your knees, side of the knees, or take it all the way up to your thighs, or place it in front of your knees. So whichever is comfortable for you, you can try any of these variations. Now keeping both your feet apart, both are parallel to each other. Look straight ahead. And consciously lift your weight to the left side of your body. So your right leg is free. And slowly and gently, just place it wherever you are comfortable. And you can keep your hands down or in front of you. Again, I'm going to give the choices as we have different levels here. We'll stay here for 3 breaths, not more. Take 3 slow breaths. Please take the support if you need it. And after 3 breaths, slowly release your hands and bring your leg down. Take a breath here. Just release your knees or your ankles if you need to. Just throughout the practice, please listen to your body and do what it requires. Now consciously lift your weight to your right side. Bring your left leg and place your left leg onto the right side, either on the thigh or on the knees. Keep your hands down if that's where you get the balance, or bring it in front of you. We're going to stay for 3 breaths and see if you can notice a change between your left side and right side. Sometimes it's easier on one side and harder on the other. See how your breath feels. And watch your mind. Is it focusing on your body, on your breath? Is it possible to wander? And after 3 breaths, gently release. And take a breath before we lie down. So in lying down, we do a couple of slow asanas before we close the session. And when you feel like your breath is back to normal, lie down. Lie down with your feet apart and your hands are away from the body, palms are facing up. Take 2 breaths here. Usually when you transit between standing and lying down, we take at least 12 to 16 breaths because we are short on time. We'll just take a couple of breaths. And when you're ready, bend your knees, place your feet down on the floor. Your hands are next to your body, palms facing down. On an inhale, gently lift your hips off the ground. This is good for your back and it's counter for the forward bend. On an exhale, bring your hip down slowly. Inhale, go up. Exhale, come down. Inhale, slowly lift your hips off the ground. Just go as far as you could. On an exhale, come back down. One last time. Inhale, go up. Exhale, come back down. Now lifting the feet off the ground, bring your knees closer to your chest, placing your hands over your knees. Just stay here for a couple of seconds. Feel your back. On the next inhale, push your knees away from you slowly until your elbows are straight. Exhale, bring your knees closer to your chest. Inhale, push your knees out. Exhale, bring it closer to your chest. Twice more. Do it slowly and gently, focusing on your back. Inhale, push it out. Exhale, bring it back in. Inhale, out. Exhale. Bring your knees towards your chest and give yourself a hug. If you can reach your elbows, reach it. Stay here for a breath. And when you're ready, slowly turn to your right. And get up. Sit down on the floor. And take a breath or two. Namaste. Thank you.
Thank you, Uma, for such a meticulous and a clear demonstration and instructions on gentle yoga. You just made me realize that yoga doesn't take time, it gives you time.
It definitely does. And it gives more than that.
Yeah, thank you for that. What are your general advices on gentle yoga?
It is something we can do. It doesn't have to be something we need to prepare wherever you are. You can just do 5-10 minutes of stretches, especially when you do it with breathing and when you're mindful of your moment. It makes a difference. And something like what we did today, you can do it like early morning, or you can do when you're tired and you need some just energy booster, or you can do it before your physical activity, going before the gym and things like that. So stretching your body and relaxing your muscle really gives you more benefits of whatever you do.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the information. So friends, if you're looking for a holistic approach to enhance your mental, physical, and overall well-being, definitely you should go for a 10 minutes dosage of gentle yoga every day. So it's time for me to move. Take care. Thank you, Uma, once again. And support RAISE as much as you can and join in other sessions to reap the benefits. And my sincere appreciation and big shout out to the RAISE for the wonderful initiatives and for keeping humanity alive. Thank you, one and all. Over to the RAISE team.
I'm sorry, Uma, I've got a question. Sorry, I raised my hand up. They say that yoga should not be done with a full stomach. Yes. And is that so? I just want to know, because what happens, I would want to do yoga on a regular basis, but when I come back from work, I'm so hungry, the last thing I want to do is yoga. I want to eat, and it's too late by the time for me to do this ritual. So, and early morning gets very difficult as well when you're getting ready to work. So what would your advice be?
If you're really hungry, you can just have a few nuts or very gentle snack, or even if you're having coffee or tea, then you can do yoga 30 minutes after that. So it depends on what you eat. So if you are relatively your tummy is empty, then you can do it. And with gentle stretches, you don't have to be completely empty. And the other thing I would suggest is once you start doing the practice, you don't feel the hunger. So even when you're hungry, if you could just put your mind to it and start doing breathing and start the practice, it's surprising that even you can do a 1 hour practice without you feeling hungry. So you could just give it a go and see if that works, or just have a very simple snack and do it after about 30 minutes or so.
Okay, thank you so much for your advice.
Thank you, Uma, and thank you, Lena. Over to the race team.
Thank you all. So it comes to my next session. I'm Lena Naidu. I'm a radiologist by profession. And the next topic is not just near and dear to me, but to all the ladies. And it is on makeup tips. So it goes without saying that we all of us would like to look good and get better and better. I don't know much about this, but I can tell you that I'm joined by a very, very knowledgeable and a qualified therapist, Gayatri, and she actually has done celebrity makeup, and she's a celebrity makeup artist, and she has done makeup for Indian idols who have done their performance in Leicester. And I know that we will only got 30 minutes, so organizers, this is too less time for us. So next time we might need more time. So I'm hoping that I'm going to learn some tips today. So without any more discussion, I would just ask Gayatri to introduce herself and take us through. Over to you, Gayatri.
Thank you very much for having me
And
today.
I think we've got a model as well, isn't it, Sarita? Hello.
Hi, thank you very much for having me today. My absolute pleasure. Thank you. So I'll get started. Sarika has already got her moisturizer on, so I'll start off with primer first. This acts as a base for your skin. So if you just want to close your eyes. You would let that settle for a couple of minutes. And then I will start first by applying any concealer or any under eye makeup that I would need for her. Open your eyes a second.
So Gayatri, you would do the normal ritual before, like cleanser, toner, everything first, and then.
That's right. Yes, you would do your routine first, your cleanse, tone, moisturize. I would say wait about 5 minutes until you've applied your moisturizer and then start your makeup. It just lets the moisturizer settle in first. I'm starting off with a concealer. This is a red-based one. So this helps to counteract any darkness under the eyes or anywhere else on the skin. So I will just dot that on.
So you can get that concealer from any store, isn't it, to match your skin?
That's right. Any store, you can even have a consultation with them as well,
Mhm.
and they will help color match your skin for you. I try and keep like a few different colors just so that it goes with all my clients' skin colors. Right, so once I've done that one, I will apply another concealer, which is lighter in color, and this will cover up the red that I've used. So you can just see I'm dabbing it on.
So you go over the same area, is it?
Right, yes. So I'm using the lighter concealer just over the reddish orange one that I used.
Mhm.
And then once I've done that, or if there's anywhere else that would need color correcting, I would do that, but lack of time, so I will just get cracking. Next would be the foundation. I'm using one of these brushes to apply the foundation with. You can also use a blender as well, and also sponges, but I prefer.
Gayatri, can you show the brush again? I think it
Yeah,
went off the
sure.
screen. Yeah, I can see it now. Yeah, thank you.
So I'm just going to dot the foundation on first, and then just gently brush it along. And as you can see, this one has quite nicely blended in with Sarika's skin color. I do go over the lips as well. It helps to protect them from discoloration. So because like your lipsticks have a lot of pigment in it, so it helps to protect the lips as well.
I mean, you have different types of foundation, isn't it? I mean, is there any specific type you would recommend?
There are so many available on the market. I personally prefer Urban Decay. I can just show you that.
We can't see it. Yeah, okay.
It's the naked one, naked
yes,
skin.
yeah.
And it's very light in consistency, and it does a good coverage as well. So your skin doesn't feel like it's really caked on.
I mean, Sarita can't see, but I can see a massive difference already.
And what I normally do is bring the foundation down the jawline and onto the neck just to blend it in. Otherwise, sometimes you may find that the face is a different color to the rest of the neck. So just bring it down. What I've got now is the blender sponge, and I'm just going to blend that in.
Do you wet that sponge, or it has to be a dry one?
It can be wet as well. I use it dry. It depends. If you're using just this one to apply the foundation, or if you're using a compact foundation, you can wet it. You can also spray on a little bit of setting spray as well onto your compact foundation palette, and then apply it with one of these blenders. Next is the loose powder, which will help to set your foundation.
So that's a different brush you're using, isn't it?
This is a different one. This is a stipple brush. You can also apply foundation with this. You can also apply foundation with this brush as well. I prefer to use with powder. So if you're doing a very light makeup, you can use this brush for your foundation as well.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just going to dab it on lightly. Just bring it down the jawline again. Any good quality powder is good, but I'm using a banana powder, which gives a good finish. Then we go on to the blusher and contouring. Now, what I'm going to do, there's a lot of contouring that goes on these days. You must have seen videos on like YouTube or any sort of social media. So I'm just going to do a little bit of contouring on her cheeks and a little bit on the jawline and a bit on the nose as well. I'm just going to use a medium shade. Using the same blusher brush, I'm going to apply that. So I'm going to go gently down the nose. All it will do is just slim it down a little bit. And same on the other side.
So how do you decide the color? Because you can change color to contour it a little different, isn't it?
There are like dark colors around as well. Personally, I do like a medium shade. And then if you feel that you need more, you can always add on. Right, so I've just done that little bit on the nose area, and now just move on to the cheeks here. So just below the plump part of your cheeks, so just around about there, I will apply the contour. Just doing a light sort of daytime makeup, so we'll keep it quite simple. And then just that little bit along the jawline. And then just on the other cheek. Then I'm just going to use the more peachier shade to do the blusher. And that will go on the plump part of your cheeks.
So that's a little darker to the one you've used before, isn't it?
That's right, yeah. The contour one's usually like a brown shade and darker. And your blusher one is usually like pinks or peaches.
Mhm.
It's also browns as well, but it just depends. I try to sort of match it up to my clients' outfits as well, depending what occasion they're going out
Okay.
for as well. Just some things. Okay, then I'll move on to her eyebrows. She's got nice shaped eyebrows as well. What you do is just brush them up and just check if there's any areas that need filling in. Not everyone has nice eyebrows. So in Sarika's case, eyebrows are nice, but there's just one is just slightly thinner. So what I'm going to do is grab one of these brushes. It's a thin brush, and I will use, it's one of the Urban Decay palettes again, and there's a black in there, which I'm just going to dip my brush in there very lightly, and I'm just going to fill in anywhere that needs it. So I'm going to start up in the corner and keep the brush very light and just fill in.
Can you use an eyebrow pencil or something like that instead?
You can do, it's really whatever you're comfortable using, but you might find pencil maybe a little bit too harsh, so stick to an I use an eyeshadow. You don't have to go out and specifically buy a separate brow powder. It's just whatever's handy in your makeup bags. So I'm just filling the outer part of her eyebrows. So as you can see, it's given a little bit of more definition to them. And I'll just go on to the other one. Can you stand up a second so I can just... Okay. And I'm just going to do the same on this eyebrow. Again, light strokes and just filling in any gaps.
It just gives a clean definition, isn't it? Just shows up so.
Yeah. So it's just like a little bit of gap here along the top. So I've just run my brush across it and just fill it in. Run your eyebrow brush through it again. This is the one time I find out if my client's eyebrows are done well or not. So that's the eyebrows out of the way, and we'll go on to putting a bit of color on the eyes now. So just sort of ask my client whether they're going out later or if they just want ordinary colors used.
So how do you decide on the colors, like if for a gentle light makeup?
So for say an everyday look, what I will do is apply like a highlighter just by the brows and onto a light shade on the whole eyelid as well. Gives it like a base to work on. So this one is going on the whole of her eyelid. There is no right or wrong as to which part of the face you do first. You can, it's whatever you're happy with.
So what color you've used, Gayatri, for her?
I'm using, it's the Naked Urban Decay Heat Palette, and I'm using color called Ounce, and it's the lightest one here. So that goes onto her eyes. Same again on the other. Okay, that's the first color on the eyes done. Then I will move on to the next one. Just going for a medium shade, and it's just slightly darker than the other one. So I'm using this one called Low Blow. Open your eyes a second. Okay, close them. And I'm just going to apply that along the socket line of Sarika's eyes. So that's just along the middle. It's along the middle and then on the outer corners.
So a little darker shade along the outer corners and the...
A little bit dark. If you just look that way, you might be. Can you tell there?
Yeah. I can see the difference.
Yeah. And then do the same on the other side. Again, along the middle. And then on the corner.
It just makes it so well defined, isn't it? Her eyes just after, yeah.
Some people have like more sort of defined eyes where they have more eyelid, so you have a lot of area to play around with. Which is in Sarika's case. Close your eyes. What I've done is applied the darker shade just slightly higher, gives her a bit more of an eyelid to play around with. So now I'll go for something a bit shimmery. Same palette again, and it's called, the color's called Dirty Talk. Okay, look up for me. So I'm going to apply that on the eyelid, whole of the eyelid.
So Gayatri, we've got 6 minutes. I'm not rushing you. Take your time.
Okay.
Just telling you.
Okay.
I knew it's not going to be enough time. But you've done a marvelous job so far.
Thank you very much. And then same on the other eye, doing the same thing all over the eyelid. I will quickly move on to the lips. Just using a lip gloss. This is one from Smashbox. So Sarika has nice full lips, so I won't need to go over the actual lip line or anything. And I can just work within her own lip line.
Normally, how long it would take for doing like
something like this would probably take around about 30-40 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, open her mouth, a bit more, that's it. So I'm just asking her to open her mouth so I can get to the corners.
So lip shades to suit the dress and
That's
in
right.
outfit.
It's to go with the what we've done so far on the eyes and that. Okay, pop it together. You can always use a lip pencil beforehand as well, just to make sure that you stay within the line.
So outline the lips first with the pencil.
That's right. You can outline the lips and then fill in with either a lipstick or a gloss. Right, I'm just going to quickly pop some mascara on.
We may get a couple of minutes more, so don't worry, because the next one in line has kindly spared his minutes to us.
Okay, so if you just want to look straight ahead. So if you look straight ahead for me, I can cover the lashes from underneath. And this gives it quite a bit of length already to her long lashes. Look down. That's it.
So there are a lot of lashes, these eyelashes in there, isn't it? Saying long and curly, and I mean, is there any preference or?
Again, whatever you like and whatever suits you. If you wear glasses like myself, I just stick to mascara, but you can always buy like a thicker type of eyelash style, so they can be seen through your glasses. Look down for me. That's it. Just covering the top of her lashes. Then again, there's always lash treatments as well now, such as LVL lashes, which is a lash lift and a color, which helps to bring out the eyes and make it look like, give it an open-eyed look. Okay. If I give you the mirror, can you see? How's that for you? Okay.
Looks lovely. Beautiful. Very nice. You got a mirror there, Sarita, to look at?
Yeah.
No, you're looking. Very nice. Thank you, Gayatri. So for instance, if you're going for a party, this kind of makeup is okay, isn't it?
Fine, you can always add on a little bit more as well. Obviously, if it's like an evening do, I'm just going to quickly add on a bit of highlighter for her. So that will go just above where the blusher is. So it's like where the light hits it, it shows up.
Okay.
And the side is this. And also just down the middle of the nose and a bit on the chin and just above the eyebrows. So it just gives it like a nice sheen to her.
So do we have like shimmer and things like that, you know, they put on? Can we use that as well? And I mean, where do you normally put them, on the eyelids? Or?
You can even use a little bit of highlighter on the eyelids as well. It just depends on what eyeshadow you've used. So I mean, I've got that one there. Again, it would depend on what you're wearing. There's also like loads in this one as well, but it's more of like a pinkier shade in this one.
Yes, yeah. I've got a question here. Any tips for hooded eyelids?
Hooded, that's what I suffer. With your, you know, where we did the middle line, just put that over the hooded bit of your eyes.
Okay, so a little bit darker shade than the rest you put over there.
A little bit darker, and then like a more lighter shade in the middle, which will open out the eyes.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any more questions. We've got, I have to tell you, we've got more participants as well while we did the show. So I think a lot of ladies are keen, and I'm sure you know, they've all learned a lot, and I can tell you, I have learned a lot today from you, and I'm hoping
I was of help.
I can put this to practice. Thank you so much.
We can always arrange a makeup masterclass as well for all you ladies.
Oh yes, why not? Yes, that's a good idea.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you so much, Gayatri, for coming in today and for Rise Foundation. And thank you so much, Rise Foundation, for giving us this opportunity as well, and keep donating. So I will just hand over to the next presenter, is Dr. Kulkarni and Dr. Rajiv. Thank you.
Thank you, Leena, Gayatri, and Sarita. So that was my first exposure to the world of makeup. So I've done my notes on moisturizing, foundation, and blending, and all those things now. So from makeup, we move on to a totally different world, the world of cartoons. So thank you, Rise Foundation, for getting me involved for third year. My name is Dr. Kulkarni. I'm a consultant anesthetist and intensivist at a local hospital here. So they say a picture speaks 1,000 words. A cartoon probably speaks even more. Right from slapstick comedy to the gruesome truth. So a lot of things can be portrayed by cartoons. So it's a great privilege to honor a good friend of mine, Dr. Rajiv Vedantan, who is a consultant anesthetist at Leicester Royal Infirmary. So I know he's an ardent singer, but I didn't know that he was an ardent cartoonist as well. So he'll tell us all about his inspiration, and over to you, Rajiv.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Yeah, thanks. That's good. So thanks very much, Raghu, for the kind introductions. And also thanks to the Rise Foundation for this opportunity. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about myself, my cartooning, and then I was also hoping to show the young ones how to sketch a cartoon face a little bit more in a formal manner. And I'll also, yeah, let's just see what the world of cartoon brings us. So I'm just going to share my screen now, and I'll do a presentation. So I hope this is visible to you all, and am I still audible?
It is visible and you're still audible, Rajiv.
Oh, thanks. That's good. So cartoons, you know, they are so nice because I'll tell you all about it. So it's just so Albert Einstein said that imagination is more important than knowledge, and that's very true with cartoons as well, because we are applying our imagination, and we are sort of conveying information to other people. So we are using imagination to inform others. So it's both imagination and knowledge all in one. And my background is that I've been sketching since school days, and I've always been like a pencil sketching with you know, two tones, shading. So I have always been interested in this since childhood, and I also won a prize from the Chitrakala Academy during my school days. And then, as you know, art always takes a step back when it comes to your academics. So you just focus on academics, and then art just stayed somewhere in the background, I guess. So so that's what happened to me as well. So you know, the GCSEs and A levels and all sorts of equivalents back home, you just lose touch with this. And I'm glad that in UK they're having art as one of the subjects. So if they had it back home, I would have probably chosen one. So that's interesting, isn't it? So going to this, art has always been very useful to me throughout my career. So it was very useful to me during medical school. And the anatomy professors really liked me because they asked me to draw lots of posters so that they could sort of display it in their museums. So so I've done about some 20 or 30 plates of the dissection and drawings and all that. So I was very popular back then. And this is a little badge that I made for my batch at Chengalpet. So cartooning is only a recent fad. So it's only been in the last few years as a casual scribbling on my iPhone, because I downloaded a new app. I wanted to experiment with it, and I just started cartooning. And all our friends from Great Glen and Oadby, which we fondly called Glenby friends, so all the chatter and all the sort of day-to-day activities and everything sort of encouraged me to sort of draw cartoons. And also, of course, inspiration from what's happening around the politics, the sports, and all sorts. So, and so sort of encourages you. And this cartoon is the one you see here. Just says this is a person who's come to vote, and he doesn't have a clue as to whom he has to vote. So he's just confused, sort of. And so I decided to call my cartoons Glenby Days because of the same fact, because it's all around Great Glen and Oadby, the lifestyle around it. This is a cartoon I drew before we went on one of our trips to Rhodes. And what's the difference between cartoon and very formal art is that cartoon is a very quick, very casual, it's easy and lots of fun. So people who cannot actually draw very detailed sort of things can easily cartoon. and that's one of the key things about cartooning. Everybody can do it, is essentially what I mean. So I drew several cartoons, and I sort of sent them to friends, and one of them sort of forwarded this to a publisher, so Videshi newspaper in London. So he was really keen on these sort of art, and he wanted a cartoon section in his newspaper. I published it for nearly 2 to 3 years, but now I think I'm not sending that as regularly as I did because of work and all sorts. So so they've published all my early cartoons in their newspaper, and this is one of the cartoons that you see, the ice cream melting. Just it's to show global warming and the impact on the environment. So so cartoon can convey lots of powerful things with just a scribble. So and then I'm just going to tell about the various themes that people can draw. You can, and this is one of the themes. This is lifestyle, and especially focusing on the overseas Indian. So when we all came from India back into the UK, we all had all these sort of little funny moments. So here somebody's asking, is it tur dal or mung dal? Whereas the lady was talking about rolled dal. So so such funny moments I just tried to portray it. So lifestyle, yeah. And then Indian culture, there's lots you can draw about Indian culture. This is obviously for the Onam, and these Kathakali dancers have an itch and they can't access their back. So that's and there are lots of art you can draw based on your own culture. And British weather, the famous thing. So we used to do Surya Namaskaram in India, and in the UK there's no sun most of the time, so we just call it fog namaskaram. So and the environment, obviously, so I'm very keen to sort of to portray all the problems we humans cause to the environment, and this one sort of focuses on all these explorations, pollution, etc. So that's just and I've drawn several along the same environmental theme as well. Politics, who doesn't like political cartoons? The problem is that it becomes quite divided and becomes quite polar. So when some people don't like some of the cartoons, obviously it's absolutely their own interest. So try to be as neutral as we can when it comes to political cartoons. But that's the mainstay in most cartoons that you see in the magazines and newspapers. Just they're all political based. They're quite good. You should just see it in a neutral viewpoint. Here, obviously, our UK politics. So Boris Johnson's ready to shred everything, including his party stuff. Yeah, so there's a little bit of caricature work in this, as you can see, to get a little bit of a resemblance of the person you wish to draw. It just takes a bit of practice to do that, but that's called caricaturing, and that it's a art field in its own, and that's also there. Yeah, here's another caricature of our captain. So it's practicing for T20, and it's very busy. So that's sports theme for you. And then you get lots of abstracts, and this is also something I like. It's to convey a lot of things. It's very difficult to understand at first, but then it just needs a bit of context and need a bit of explanation. So here, angel wings are for sale, so, and anybody can buy it. So that's a sort of the world that we live in nowadays. So yeah, it's abstract. Medicine, humor in medicine. Obviously, there are lots of popular doctors who do this, and yeah, so I've tried a few as well. So you see, this is a drip stand that says I work better under pressure, because you have to put a pressure bag on it to make it work. So just literally speaking. So yeah, medicine's a good theme to draw cartoons on. And yeah, COVID-19 has made me do lots of cartoons, and my hospital also published in their Facebook page and things like that, because I have drawn lots of cartoons to sort of encourage people to take vaccines and all that. And also during the stressful COVID times, just a bit of humor with COVID always was welcome. So so how does coronavirus spread? Through Chinese whispers. So that's one of the cartoons. And then yeah, the toilet roll is sort of being the national jewel. And the unlucky chap who had both vaccines, just I'm going to have the Moderna vaccine next week, so I don't know what I'm going to do after that. And designer masks. So I did this quite early on, and later on it did become a reality. So lots of people had these designer masks and things like that. So yeah, COVID had a lot of impact, and I've drawn a fair few. And the benefits of cartooning, obviously, it's creativity, memory, it improves concentration, communication skills. For children, it's very useful for their studies and to sort of picturize their learning in an easy manner. Problem solving, emotional restoration, and stress relief and emotional quotient, etc. So there are lots of benefits of cartoons. You just go on about it, but yeah. And the risks are that obviously it's a time-consuming process, and yeah, your family has to sort of bear with you the time you're sort of just concentrating on your cartoons and things like that. So, and then there are obviously, you can draw controversial cartoons, and it can be quite, if you're publishing on social media, it can be quite, you have to be very careful about what you publish. And yeah, so you don't want to raise lots of controversy. And yeah, and the thing is that the context, the context in which you are drawing is not always, other people can't understand that context, so that's why it leads to controversy. So you have to be very clear. And the important balance is that extracurricular activity is very important. And it's the last but not the least part of the CV that's actually looked at by the panelists when you're applying for any job. So you can talk about a lot if you got some sort of a hobby. And in this picture that I draw here, so everybody during COVID sort of became fat and hairy, much like this coconut here. And then the wife saying, "Don't blame everything on COVID." Style changes so much when you're at home and doing nothing. So, and most importantly, lots of fun. That's the most important bit of it. And you can just draw a line, has a lot of audience. But you do have to spend lots of time if you want to do detail work. Finally, I'm just going to, if children are around, I just, if they have a pencil, they can try to draw along, or else you can watch the video later on, and then you can try to draw this at home. So all you need is a pencil and pen, and then an eraser to rub off the pencil marks later. So I'm just sort of see if this can play. Yeah. So I've played it. So you draw a circle and divide the circle in the center, and a line drawn at the bottom. And that is where the eyes sit. So the pupils, you have to leave one eye gap between the two eyes. And then the sides you have to thicken them a little bit. So in this is a male eye and this is a female eye on the right side. So the male eyelashes are quite thick. The female eyelashes are drawn thin. So I have sped this up a little bit for saving time, but then you can watch it later on. And then you draw the nose. So for a male nose, it's much more pronounced, and you can draw some curves. The female nose is kept more simple, so just like a inverted L-shaped. And then the chin comes below that circle. So you can do various shapes of the chin, and that can change the character of the person. So for the boy, I've just kept it simple and a nice smiley mouth, whereas for the lady it's a bit more elongated, and then you draw the lips and the smile. And then you draw the ears. Ears are drawn like two triangles, and then just a curve joining the cheek, and they sort of start the eye and end at the nose. And then you draw the hairline. So you just draw the hairline, and obviously it's different for the male and the female, because it's just up to your imagination. You can draw whatever you want, and then you can complete that, and you can also erase out if you're drawn too big, and just adjust it according to your taste. And so and then what you do, if you got an app, you can do layers. Lots of free apps are there. For example, Sketches, that's a free app that I used. Then you can just use a new layer, and the new layer you can just draw it in ink over the top of the final art, and that just is you just have been drawing on top of them. You can correct little things if you want to, and carry on. Yeah. All right, and then you can do the same with the other sketch. Yeah. So these are much more like cartoon faces. There are features which are exaggerated in this, especially the eyes, the nose, etc. But if you want to draw a proper caricature, it's slightly different. Yeah, so that's how you draw a face, and then you can erase out the pencil marks, and then that just leaves you with a quite a straightforward face. Yeah, and that's how you draw a cartoon face for those little children who are watching these. You can go back on the video and watch this later on, and just because I've got limited time, I'm moving on to the next one. And this is for the RISE Foundation, because RISE Foundation and other charitable organizations are doing a great job. And you know that what we do is to empower the needy, and this cartoon sort of shows that, and I'm sort of dedicating this to the RISE Foundation. So in this, just look at it. It's a surprise. You just see I'm just drawing like I did before, a pencil outline of and you use sort of like a skeleton. A knowledge of anatomy is really good for artists, and luckily I didn't have to pay extra to learn that. So so you can see that there's like all the shapes that I draw, the proportions and all of that. I can talk about it for a very long time, but just half an hour is not enough. And then you draw, and in this you can obviously see that I'm drawing a puppet controlled with all these strings, and you can see the theme already. The puppet is trying to escape and from its master and wants to cut off the strings. And like I say, the context behind this is very important. The same cartoon can be interpreted in so many different ways. So it can mean a person is escaping from racism, for instance, or it could just be an average human being bound by all the rules of humanity, like all the unnecessary rules like race, religion, culture, and all of these things are sort of binding us, and we see is trying to escape from all of that. So it can have various meanings, or else the people, we are giving the sort of the needy people a pair of scissors so that they can escape from their poverty. And then after I draw it all, I just go to the layers and then erase that old thing. And then when we do proper cartoons, we just draw margin as well, and I always draw a square margin. Looks good for me. So, and then finally your signature, and then copywriting, and then so this is my sort of cartoon that I sort of dedicated for this occasion, which I just drew this morning. So there's lots of themes that are there in your day-to-day life that art has got endless sort of fun, and just you can carry on. And after we draw a black and white image, this process shows how I color in these things. So you can use also coloring, and the internet tools are so easy to color in. You don't have to buy paints and things like that. Just use the Sketches app, and then you can carry on with that. So this just shows all the stage wise. You can edit it even more after you've done it, and it'll require lots of editing before you sort of finalize the picture. And this is times of COVID when hairdressers were all closed. So one question, Mr. PM, when the children return to school, how will they see sort of the newspaper reader asking a question? And finally, thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed this little break from your work. And then, hope you enjoyed my cartoons and the way I draw things. So enjoy your webinar. So thanks very much for Rice Foundation and Raghu for that nice introduction.
Thank you, Rajiv. That was pretty good. What is the inspiration for you, Rajiv? I mean, where do you get all the inspiration for this fog namaskaram and stuff like that? And my favorite was definitely I work under pressure, which is relevant to my area of practice, I think. Where do you get the inspiration?
I mean, it's just the day-to-day stuff, and it's just you have to think of everything in a different manner. I guess it's the way your mindset, isn't it? It's to develop your mindset, so not to think about everything very seriously, and to see the funny side of life. And I mean, the inspiration surely came from the comic books that I used to read in childhood, and also all the famous artists in India, Lakshman and R.K. Lakshman and Narayan. They've all been doing all these wonderful cartoons. And as a child, you used to read the newspaper in Bangalore, the Bangalore Times, and all that. At the back, there'll be usually a cartoon strip page, isn't it? On the Sunday Times and all that. So from childhood, you used to be fascinated with those. But it's a funny thing. I never tried cartooning during my young age. I was more interested in proper fine art. I guess as I think cartoons have more impact because it caters to a wider audience, and lots of people get the information, the message across. It's easier to pass the message across as cartoons rather than sort of serious art. So and that's how I try to do this.
Yeah, just one more question. What are the things you avoid, Rajiv? I mean, where do you put that fine line between freedom of expression as well as you expressing your ideas? And have you been in trouble ever?
So thankfully, I have not been in any official trouble. Nobody sort of emailed me or cautioned me or anything. it's always good to sort of, what I do is when I draw art, I show it to my family and my friends, I put it on a WhatsApp group and ask them not to share and just tell them the frank comments. And that's a good way sort of to show it to a small group of people before you put it to the wider public. I think that is very useful. So my wife has told me, don't do this, don't put this on. It's it is quite controversial and things like that. So, and yeah, so I think family and friends are a good starting place where they don't share it, keep it confidential, but then give you a good idea. So show it to a few people before you actually publish it in social media. So that would be my sort of advice. And the fine line is that actually you can criticize anything, Raghu. The only problem is that it's also what the majority think is what the key point is. So if the majority of the people think it's good, then it's fine. But then if the majority think it's bad, then certainly it's quite controversial. So that's what I'd say. So it's what the majority think. I mean, you can have serious criticism from one person all the time, and there can be somebody who would be picking on you to sort of criticize things. But that's all there. But it's what the majority think and what you feel. So what you feel about your own art, is it fair? So you're the own judge first, and then obviously there's a second line of scrutiny, which is your friends and family. And then if you're a professional cartoonist, obviously there'll be a peer group of your own cartoonists who would sort of comment on these things. But if you're not such a professional artist, then yeah, I guess friends and family. Yeah, so that's it. And also listen to your gut feeling. And yeah.
Thank you, Rajiv. That was really amazing. So we knew you were our local SPB, but now we also know you are our local R.K. Narayana as well. Thank you. That was really amazing. So now over to Shanti and Anita. So we'll be talking about cooking for children. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajiv, Raghavendra, for the wonderful session. So as you said, picture says more than 1,000 words, and you have proved that with your cartoons, especially the COVID ones and Fog Namaskar. I thoroughly enjoyed it. And your inspiration on seeing the funny side of the life rather than being serious always. So that is the important point which I take away from your session. Thanks a lot. And I'm sure we are all having a useful and informative weekend with the Rice Foundation seminars. So our next session is another interesting one, the cooking workshop for kids. So it's not just cooking, it also helps the children in their cognitive development. So yes, it enhances the children's thinking, problem solving and creativity. It also gives the opportunity for the children to use their knowledge they have and apply it in counting, measuring, following a sequence and following the directions, etc. So now in order to boost these skills, we have Shanti here. As we all know, Shanti is much passionate on cooking and is known for her lip-smacking snacks. I'm sure we would have still relished the snacks which was served for LTS events from Shanti's kitchen. So we also have junior chef Rati joining this session to make more interesting. Over to you, Shanti.
Thank you so much. Hi everyone, I'm Shanti. This is my daughter Rati. Later on, she is going to conduct an interesting interactive quiz. Thank you so much, Anita, for your kind introduction, and that was so sweet. Thank you so much, Rice Foundation, for giving me this opportunity. Thanks to all the organizers. Today, I'm going to show you a very simple and a very tasty dish. Hope your children will like this dish. If your children next to you, they can join me in cooking this dish. Yeah, please take care. It involves a very hot oven. Please, children, parents should be next to your children. Thank you. Sometimes a simple dish can be very tasty and very delicious. In that way, this cheesy pasta skewers is one in such that. Hope your children will enjoy this. Actually, my daughter Rati doesn't like eating pasta, but when I did this method of preparing pasta, she loved to eat the pasta. So this is the motivation for me to bring this dish in front of you. Thank you. So before we start our cooking, we need to do two pre-preparation things. One is we need to switch on our oven in grill mode at 200 degrees Celsius. If you don't have oven, you can use the conventional microwave oven as well in grill mode. If you don't have anything, don't worry. You can use the preheated pan on top of the gas. I'll go and switch on my oven. Just a minute. The second thing is we need a tray with the aluminum foil on top of it. Okay, let's start cooking. Yeah, take a bowl, please. Okay, before that, I'll tell the ingredients which we need for this dish. We need a cooked pasta and chopped peppers, chopped olives, mayonnaise, chili flakes, mozzarella, grated mozzarella cheese, skewers. Then peri-peri hot sauce and oregano. Yeah, this is what we need for this recipe. Okay, we will start our cooking now. We'll take 3 tablespoons of mayonnaise.
So Shanti, approximately how many cups of pasta have you boiled?
I boiled 1 cup of raw pasta. Yeah, I had this much of pasta now.
Okay.
Okay. Now I'm going to add 1 tablespoon of peri-peri hot sauce. Yeah. I think this spicy level will be moderate. It won't be very spicy. If you want to reduce your spicy level, you can buy peri-peri medium sauce instead of peri-peri hot sauce, so that you can reduce the spicy level as well. Okay. Then I'm going to add chopped peppers, and chopped olives. Okay, then I'm adding a little bit of chili flakes. Chili flakes is completely your option. Your option. Yeah, if you want spicy pasta, you can add more. Otherwise, you can add little, or you can skip it also. And I'm going to add oregano, little bit oregano. Yes. Okay, mix it together. Now our sauce is ready. Then I'm going to take the cooked pasta and the skewers. Yeah, you can skew the approximately 12 to 14 pasta in each skewers. That what you want to do with me? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. If you have a pre-cooked pasta, this would be the very ideal for after school snack. What do you think, Anita? Because this is very easy. Yeah, you can do it in 5 minutes time if you have a cooked pasta.
Yeah, and of course, kids will love all these snacks once they are back from school.
I know, yeah.
And anyway, we can adjust the spice levels based on the individual's choice, right? Yeah, usually some kids prefer the less spiciness. Yeah.
Sorry, Anita, didn't hear you.
No, I mean the spice level can be adjusted based on the individual's choice, right? Usually the kids, they don't prefer much spicy ones, right? Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
So you have trained Rati in helping you as well.
Yeah.
How often do you help your mom, Rati, in the kitchen? Weekends?
If I ask her, she will definitely come and help me. Yeah. The thing is, we need to involve them. That is the main thing. Yeah. One more. That's fine.
So usually in our morning rush, we usually don't involve kids in our cooking. So at least during the weekends, they get a chance to cook with us simple dishes like this.
Yes, yes, yeah. If you want, you can add pepper also in between this pasta. If you like the pepper taste, you can add pepper also, or you can add cooked chicken in between the pasta. So this will be good for this sauce. Yeah.
And even paneer also would enhance the taste, right? The paneer cubes.
Paneer, yeah, paneer also you can do it, but it shouldn't overcook. Otherwise, paneer will get it will get dry or it will be overcooked because we are putting cheese on the top, isn't it?
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, you should be a little bit careful when you add paneer.
Okay.
Is that enough? Yeah, my skewers are ready now. So I'm going to apply the sauce on top of this pasta. You want to add 1 teaspoon? Yeah. Apply this sauce a bit generously because this sauce will give nice and creamy texture, and it will make your pasta nice and soft as well.
Okay. I mean, longer the marination, it will be the taste will be greater, right?
Yes, yeah. I will add some more. Might need some more mayonnaise. Add some oregano, sorry.
The salt taste would be balanced by oregano and other herbs, right? So we don't need to add additional salt in this one, right?
No, we don't need salt because already our sauce is having sauce in it, and our cheese is also having the sauce in it. So we don't need extra salt. Yeah.
I'm sure everybody would try this at home tomorrow, just to relish to doing this.
Please try this.
Yeah, this is easy one to make.
Thank you. Okay, now I'm going to add some, spread some cheese. If you are a cheese lover, you can add more cheese.
I think the cooking time for this would be less than the preparation time, I think, right? It's
Yes,
once the oven is heated, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So I'm going to add sprinkle a little bit of chili flakes. Yeah, and a little bit of oregano as well. Now my cheesy pasta skewers are ready. Okay, I'm going to leave this in the grill for 3 to 3.5 minutes. Yeah, please don't overcook. Otherwise, the pasta will get dry. So 3 to 3.5 minutes is enough. I'm going to keep this in the grill now. I'm going to set the timer also because 3 minutes is it will go very quickly.
True,
So I'm going to set the timer also.
So Rati, waiting for the pasta.
Grill, I'm going to show the same procedure with a different base. So for that, I have taken bucket, plain bucket, because this is my family favorite dish. That's why I wanted to show this as well. So yeah. I'm going to cut this bucket into 3 pieces. And I'm going to split this bucket. This is easier than pasta. The bucket are ready-made available.
Yeah, available, right, right.
So yeah.
And even for snow toasting is necessary, right? It will be like directly you are going to marinate this. Okay. So exactly the same base as we did for the other.
I'm making the same sauce.
Yeah. So it's just our creativity, right? With the same base, we will be able to present many dishes with different tastes. Yeah. And obviously, kids will demand different dishes, right? Yeah. Kids will anyway demanding different dishes. So this is how you can at least entertain them with the new ones.
And
Yeah.
they can make it, But kids will be interested if once they make their own dinner, they will love. Yeah, they will love it. Yeah.
And these are all kids friendly. Even when they have some time, even they can prepare it by themselves. They can give a try.
Yes, that's right, Anita. So again, if you want to give a little bit rich and protein to your children, you can place the cooked chicken on top of this. Then you can put the sauce.
Okay.
And the cheese.
So does the cheese melt if you keep inside the oven? No, it doesn't melt, right?
Yes. Yeah, it will melt and it will melt and it will become golden brown color.
Okay. So that is why the time frame is for 3 to 3.5 minutes. So it should not be overcooked.
For this burger, we need to keep 4 to 4.5 minutes.
Okay. Okay.
Just a minute. The 3 minutes has gone.
Yeah.
So in a few minutes time, I'm going to do an interactive quiz.
Wow. Yes. We are all ready. Yes.
Are perfectly done.
Wow. Delicious.
So this is the right consistency and the right color to take it out.
And the golden color of the cheese, it's really appetizing. Yeah.
Yes, Anita. For the time limitation, I'm going to hand over to Rati to conduct the quiz now. Yeah.
Hey, Rati. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yes, all our participants are ready.
Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Rati, and today I'll be conducting a food quiz. So this consists of different multi-choice questions. And in the middle, there's even a guess the vegetable emoji round. So
sorry
without further ado,
Rati, so how do you want us to answer? How do you want the participants to answer?
so you can type the answer into the Zoom chat box.
Okay.
Or if you're on YouTube, you can just say it out loud.
Okay. Yeah. Participants, please be ready. Yeah.
Okay. So each round will be around 10 seconds. So without further ado, let's continue.
Yes. So since most of the participants, they don't have access to the chat, they can type in question and answer chat box, and then we will be able to get it.
Yeah. So which one is not a berry? Strawberry, blueberry, cucumber, or a banana? So the correct answer is a strawberry. It is not scientifically classified as a berry. Okay, next question. How many herbs and spices are there on KFC's secret blend? 9, 10, 11, or 12? Okay, so there are 11 spices on KFC's secret blend, including basic spices like pepper and salt. Okay, who invented the sandwich? The Lord of Sandwich, the Duke of Sandwich, the Count of Sandwich, or the Earl of Sandwich? So the correct answer is the Earl of Sandwich, and he was a cards addict and he didn't want to get off the table, so he invented the sandwich. Okay, next question. Ripe cranberries bounce. True or false? Okay, so the correct answer is true, as farmers often use this as a ripeness test. And you can do this at home too if you have cranberries. I can see that a lot of people are answering. That's nice to see. Okay, so the next question. Where is the world's largest McDonald's? Seattle, Washington, San Francisco, California, Orlando, Florida, or Manhattan, New York? Okay, so the correct answer is Orlando, Florida. And this is often a tourist spot, as a lot of people come here for the sandy beaches and Disney World. Okay, so this is the emoji round. I'll use this question as an example. So each sign is a specific word, and you'll use those words to get the vegetable. So for example, this has a picture of a pot, an @ sign, and a toe, leading to potato. Okay, so I'll leave you guys on your own to do this question. Okay, so the correct answer is a cauliflower. Cauliflower. Next question. Okay, so the correct answer is a cucumber. Cucumber. Okay, let's see if you can guess this vegetable. Okay, so this is a broccoli. Next one. I can see a lot of people are answering. Keep the answers coming. Correct answer for this one is a lady's finger or an okra. Okay, so last guess the vegetable. Let's see if you guys can get it this round. Okay, so the correct answer is an olives. Now we're heading back to the multi-choice questions. Who invented the drink Coca-Cola? John Oliver, John Naismith, John Fleming, or John Pemberton? Okay, so the correct answer is John Pemberton, and he accidentally invented Coca-Cola by trying to make medicine. Almonds are seeds, not nuts. True or false? Okay, so the correct answer is true, as almonds are just seeds of a certain type of fruit. Next question. What percentage of a cucumber is water? 6%, 96%, 24%, or 54%? Make sure to keep answering. Okay, so the correct answer is 96%, with a cucumber being one of the vegetables with the most water percentage. The next one. Which vegetable is the first to be planted in space? Kale, potato, tomato, or cauliflower? Okay, so this is the potato, and you might know this if you've seen films like The Martian. Okay, so next question. Which contains more sugar by percentage? A strawberry or a lemon? Okay, so despite the sour taste, a lemon in fact does have more sugar than a strawberry. Okay. What fast food chain has the most locations? McDonald's, Pizza Hut, Subway, or KFC? All big browns. Okay, so this title belongs to McDonald's, with Subway coming close second. Okay, so last question. What is the most popular fruit in the world? Tomato, apple, berries, or banana? Okay, so this is a banana, along with its relative, a plantain. So thank you everyone for listening. Now I'll hand over to my mom.
Thank you, Rati.
Thank you, Rati.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I have one question in the chat window. So Prem Sundaram had asked it. Should
Yes,
the
please.
pasta be soft cooked or dent? Can we use any pasta?
Soft cook, please. Yeah. For this recipe, particularly, you need to cook the pasta little bit softer side. So you might to cook like 15 to 18 minutes.
So do you have any tips in boiling pasta, Shanti?
Just as everybody knows that you have to put a little bit of, when it boils, you have to add 2 teaspoons of cooking oil. And another thing, you don't need to keep it in the high flame. The medium flame is enough. Yeah, you can cook as the pocket says. So for this, thank you, Premji. For this recipe, you need to cook a little bit softer. Otherwise, when you keep it in the grill, it will become a little bit hard. So that will be nice. So you can see my skewers, pasta skewer, and my cheesy baguette toast. Yeah.
And the brown coating of the cheese enhances the taste as well.
Please try this recipe. Definitely you will like this. So finally, I thank Rice Foundation for giving me this opportunity, and thanks all the organizers and Hema. Thank you, Anita, for anchoring this. Please donate generously to Rice Foundation, so all the proceeds go for a charitable proceed. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shanti. Thank you for the tasty treat. So before I sign off, yeah, as Shanti said, sharing is caring. So likewise, let us share the word about Rice Foundation. Have a good, great weekend, everyone. Yeah. Thank you, participants. Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Hello. Can everyone hear me? Hopefully, yes.
We can hear you, Priya. Thank you. Please take over.
Great. So I hope you're all enjoying the day today. So with this lovely session, please donate generously to Rice Foundation. As we said, sharing is caring. We have had a big deep breath. So we have done a lot of makeup. We've drawn a few pictures. We've even cooked and eaten. So I think it's time to burn those calories. So this session is a dance workshop. I'm Dr. Priya Gautama, consultant anesthetists in University Hospitals of Leicester. The reason I'm adding my title is I hope that my 2 pence worth of advice will go a little longer. All of you will know, I hope you all know and agree that exercise is a great way to keep our lives healthy. And what we do today, what we sow today, is what we're going to reap in our older age. Many forms of exercise are there. Dance is one beautiful way. So the beauty of dance is that you can enjoy as you do the exercise. It makes the mind happy. So it keeps us younger. It keeps our skin glowing. So what more than to spend the next 1 hour in dancing? So has Swapna joined? So I'm going to have a special host for this session, Mrs. Swapna Velaidam. So who will join and teach us about dancing for the next 1 hour. So Swapna runs a dance institute called Nrityam. So that's just an understatement to say. So I took a trial session with Nrityam in the plan to quit in a few weeks' time. But I just couldn't stop. So it's almost 2 years now. So I can't stop. That's just because of the passion and the energy and the enthusiasm that Swapna emotes. So I hope after this session, you will all agree with me. So dance is not just a word for Swapna. She breathes, she talks, she lives dance. So Swapna, dance is only a hobby. She's actually in a full-time employment. Nrityam is only part-time for her. So she is working in the HR in a reputed British company. And she also has a young son and is a busy mom. So I'm going to hand over to Swapna to tell us a little bit more about Nrityam and how we're going to spend this next 1 hour. Over to you, Swapna.
Thank you, Priya. That's really kind of, thank you for the beautiful introduction. I'm overwhelmed. First things is, thank you so much, Rice Foundation, for giving Nrityam the opportunity to be able to participate in this. We are very honored to be there. And so we started with him about 2 years ago, and we thought there should be a purpose when we do things. And I've been dancing since the age of 4, and I quit when I was after I got married, after I had my children. And then all of a sudden I thought there are going to be so many women like me who always had this dream about continuing dancing for life. And then I thought we should do something for women, especially, and that's how it restarted. And we created a space for Nrityam, wherein women come down, have their time, maybe just an hour every week, just themselves to focus on themselves for their fitness, for their wellness, because only 18 to 20% of the women in the world over the age of 30 to 35 actually work out, actually are active physically apart from their usual chores. We women are so busy taking care of other things that we forget to take care of ourselves. So that's how Nrityam started its journey. And then apart from that, Nrityam also teaches special children with different learning difficulties, such as autism, such as Down syndrome. And it's been about a year we have been doing those sessions too. And the kids have beautifully grown over the year. And you guys wouldn't have any idea how amazingly they have developed, because of through dance, anything can happen. Through dance, healing can happen. And that's how they've been getting better and better. So without any further delay, let's start dancing. I want everyone to try keeping their video on. First things first, safety, health and safety, as you know. Please dance at a pace that's going to be comfortable to you. If you want to dance slow, dance slow. If you want to dance with me, the same energy, please go on. I will slowly intensify the dance. I'll start the dance with a very basic warm-up, which will help us, well, the muscles get relaxed, and then I'll quickly intensify then I'll cool down slowly. So if the admin is okay, can I see more faces? Can we try keeping more video cameras on so we can have more interactions? I would love to see everyone to dance. So if it's possible at all. And just give me a thumbs up when you can actually hear the video and see me completely, all right? Okay, let's dance, everyone up.
I think everybody is going to be promoted as a panelist, so everybody's face is going to come. So just let's rock it then.
Awesome, thank you so much, Priya, thank you. Okay, the first one, as I said, it's going to be a warm-up. Is everyone ready?
I got places to go. People to see, time is precious. I look at my Cartier out of control. Just like my mind where I'm going. The women, the shorties know nothing but clothes. No stopping at my Pirelli's on. Unlike my jewelry, that's always on. I know the storm is coming. My pockets keep telling me it's gonna shower. Call up my homies, it's on and popping the night 'cause it's meant to be ours. We keep a fadeaway shot 'cause we ballin' and spittin' up Patron every hour. Look, mama, ow, you just like the flowers. Serve you the truth with all that goody powers. Amazing. Thank you. That was a good warm-up. Awesome. Let's keep it going. So the next one is actually a folk dance. And I love Indian traditional folk. I love South Indian folk. And this is going to be a mix of Oilatam and a mix of frolic folk dances. It's about 2 minutes. So let's do it.
Wow, amazing. Very good, ladies. Very good. Okay. Are you all enjoying? Or you're having fun? All right. So, you all know the song. Comes without any delay.
Halamati Habibu, Halamati Habib Vandale, Halamati Habibu, Halamati Habib Vanda, Halamati Habibu, Halamati Habib Vandale, Halamati Habibu, Halamati Habibu. Halamati Habibu, Halamati Habib Vandale, Halamati Habibu, Halamati Habib Vanda, Halamati Habibu, Halamati Habib Vandale, Halamati Habibu, Halamati Habibu.
Loved it. Beautiful. That is exactly what I want. Amazing. Keep it going. All right, have some water. It's important that you hydrate and you take a few seconds break to energize yourself again. Amazing. Loved it. All right. Okay. I'm going to teach a dance which is called a merengue. So this dance is actually a Latin American dance, all right? I'm going to show you the steps first. It's a very fast kind of dance, highly energetic. Okay, it's fairly simple, not too complicated, just a similar movement. Okay, so can you all see my foot? Can you all see my body? Everything okay? Good. So your hands go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, go. So you go like this. So this is your movement, okay? And your legs go like this. And you go front, back, front, and back. Mr. Kavirsan, I would love for you to try to. So go 1, 2, 3, 4. Anu, so you take up, down, 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 up, down, down, down. Very nice, who was in Balaji, Vardhan, very nice, keep it going. Great job, great energy. Amazing, are you all ready for some merengue? You'll be surprised how quick the movements are, okay? Sorry, not as smart. Are you all ready?
La yuca.
It's your birthday. We gon' party like it's your birthday. We gon' sip a party like it's your birthday. And you know we don't give up, cause that's your birthday. You can find me in the club, bottle full of bug. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't in the making love. So come give me a hug if you ain't getting rough. You can find me in the club, bottle full of bug. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't in the making love. So come give me a hug if you ain't in the getting rough. When I pull up out front, you see the Benz on good. When I roll 20 deep, so it's drama in the club. Now that I roll with Dre, everybody show me love. When you sell like Eminem, you get plenty of groupie love. Look, homie, ain't nothing changed. Roll down, G's up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man. Roll the trees up. If you watch how I move, when you set before I play up here. Been hit with a few shells, now I don't walk with a limp. In the hood, in the lady saying 50, you hot. They like me, I want them to love me like they love pop. But holla in the yard, show to tell you I'm loco. And the plan is to put the rap game in the choke. I'm fully focused, man. My money on my mind, got a meal out the deal, and I'm still on the grind. Now shorty says she feeling my style, she feeling my flow. A girl from with it, they buy and they ready to go. Find me in the club, bottle full of bug. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't in the making love. So come give me a hug if you ain't getting rough. You can find me in the club, bottle full of bug. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't in the making love. So come give me a hug if you ain't getting rough. My show brought me the dough that bought me all my fancy things. My crib, my cars, my clothes, my jewels. Look, homie, I done came up and I ain't changed. And you should love it way more than you hate it. Oh, you mad? I thought that you be happy I made it. I'm that cat by the bar, toasting to the good life. Moved out the hood, now you tryna pull me back, right? And my junk get the bumping in the club, it's on. I'm with my eyes, your chicks, she smash, she gone. Get the roof on fire, man. Just let it burn. If you're talking about money, homie, I ain't concerned. I'ma take you a bag for me, cause go ahead, set the style up. And if they hate, then let them hate, then let the money pile up. Or we can go upside the head with a bottle of blood. Come on, they know where we be. You can find me in the club, bottle full of bug. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't in the making love. So come give me a hug if you ain't getting rough. You can find me in the club, bottle full of bug. Mama, I Don't try to act like you don't know what we neither. We in the club all the time, it's a problem, pop off. Shady aftermath.
I mean, come on. Awesome, guys. Awesome. What a sport. Special mention to Mr. Kavirsan and your partner. Awesome. Great energy. What a sport you both are. Great. Loved it. Loved it. Beautiful. So this dance is a Latin American dance from Virange. And these movements will always help you stay toned and your muscles active. All right. Is everyone okay? Can we carry on? Do you need a tiny break? Good. Have some water. All right. So the next song will start slow usually, but then the energy rolls up too rapidly. Are you ready? Everyone's favorite song. And my turn. Are you all ready? When was the last time you all danced for the song? Huh? Amazing. Loved it. Great energy. See, that's the magic about dancing. You'll be in another kind of mood after the song. Good. Priya, as always, what a rocking performance from you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I hope everybody is enjoying. Are you able to keep up pace with Swapna?
Awesome.
This is what we go through every week. Share the joy. Oh.
Priya's used to it by now for 2 years of function.
It's not actually. So I think I wanted to mention this. Just a minute, Swapna. Sorry. When I used to go swimming, my instructor wouldn't get into the water. And then she would just give us all verbal instructions and it never connected. The difference is Swapna danced along with us. And some of the sessions, like she will make us go. We've done 60 squats in one session, but she does it along with us. So she knows the pain and she builds it up very sensibly. So, and we are doing one session a week. So this is her 4th session this week alone. So of the ones I know. So
Thanks, Priya. Thank you so much. The key is your fitness is not about how you look. It is about the strength and stamina you build. We are only probably, most of us are like 25, 40, 25 within that age group. And in 20 plus years, our kids are going to be so busy. They have their own lives. But for us to be able to take care of ourselves, this is the time to invest in our wellness. This is the time to think about ourselves. My dad always said, when he was 35, 40, he used to have 6 packs, even at that time. And he's been having diabetes for 30 years now. He's fine. That's absolutely fine. Only because he was able to invest in his health when he was in his 30s and 40s. So, work out. All right, are you ready for the next song? Awesome. Okay. Okay, the next one is going to be a Zumba. Are you all ready for some Zumba?
Like somebody that I gon' get bone. Give it up, give it up, give it, give it, give it up, give it up, give it up, give it, give it, give it up, give it up, give it up, give it, give it, give it up, give it up, give it up. Like somebody that I gon' get bone. Give it up, give it up, give it, give it, give it up, give it up, give it up, give it, give it, give it up, give it up, give it up, give it, give it, give it up, give it up, give it up.
The book is on the It's a little bit different, man. The double MP4 have an MP. Una mano
Awesome. Beautiful. There's a just screen link there. Donate. Thank you. Awesome. Are we all ready for the break? And what, everyone? Take a minute. You're gonna keep dancing. All right. I'm going to teach a little bit of dancing. We did a lot of work, so I'm going to teach a little bit. All right. Are you all ready?
ਚੰਡੀਗੜ੍ਹ ਤੋਂ ਆਈ ਨੀ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਭਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਖੜੇ ਚੌਂਕਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਤਬਾਹੀ ਨੀ ਟੋਟੀ ਤੇ ਕਾਲਾ ਦਿਲ ਕੁੜੀਏ ਟੋਟੀ ਤੇ ਕਾਲਾ ਦਿਲ ਕੁੜੀਏ ਜੋ ਦਾਗੇ ਜਨ ਦੇ ਟੁਕੜੇ ਤੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਕਾਲਾ ਚਸ਼ਮਾ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਕਾਲਾ ਚਸ਼ਮਾ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਕਾਲਾ ਚਸ਼ਮਾ ਜੱਜਦਾ ਏ ਕੋਲੇ ਮੁਖੜੇ ਤੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਕਾਲਾ ਚਸ਼ਮਾ ਜੱਜਦਾ ਏ जब लड़कों के दिलों में तू आग लगा दे बेबी फायर नकली से नखरे तू करे जब देखे हमें
Who is dancing in balance? You were like, what is sport? Love it. Cute. She's wearing a smart, talent smart. Okay. Nice. Okay. First step. Your legs are like this apart, right? So you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, go. So your legs go in, out. Your legs should be straight. And then in, then out. In, out. Out, in, out. Okay? Your hands are like this. So your hands are like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay? So 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Okay? Very good. Amazing. Okay. I'm going to show you the dance with the music. So this is what I'm going to teach next. So you all learn the first step. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. After this, you do 1, 2, and then go 1, 2, 3. It's like you step my friend, you step your friend and do and back. Okay? And then go 1, 2, 3, 4. Just roll. Roll, roll. So you start from your right to your left. From your right to your left. Right, left, right, and left. All right? And then keep your hands here. You do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So your leg, not my leg, twist, up, twist, up, twist, up, twist, up. Got it? Awesome. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So first step, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Da 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 da. Ta 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 ta. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, and 6, and 7, and 8. Are we ready for a trial? It's easy. It's super easy.
जब लड़कों के दिलों में तू आग लगा दे बेबी फायर नकली से नखरे तू करे जब देखे हमें झूठ टोटी से काला दिल कुड़िए जो दागे जन दे टुकड़े ते लगा दे baby fire नकली से न करे तू करे जब देखे.
Okay, this time you're all going to do. I'm only going to stand and show you. The next time it's just you. Okay, are you ready?
ਤੈਨੂੰ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਭਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਖੜੇ ਚੌਂਕਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਿਪਾਹੀ ਨੀ ਟੋਟੀ ਤੇ ਕਾਲਾ ਦਿਲ ਕੁੜੀਏ ਟੋਟੀ ਤੇ ਕਾਲਾ ਦਿਲ ਕੁੜੀਏ ਜੋ ਦਾਗੇ ਜਨ ਦੇ ਟੁਕੜੇ ਤੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਕਾਲਾ ਚਸ਼ਮਾ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਕਾਲਾ ਚਸ਼ਮਾ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਕਾਲਾ ਚਸ਼ਮਾ ਜੱਜਦਾ ਏ ਗੋਰੇ ਮੁਖੜੇ ਤੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਕਾਲਾ ਚਸ਼ਮਾ ਜੱਜਦਾ ਏ ਗੋਰੇ ਮੁਖੜੇ ਤੇ सड़कों पे चले जब लड़कों के दिलों में तू आग लगा दे baby fire नकली से न करे तू करे जब.
That's it. You're ready to perform. Are you all ready to perform? Are you all ready to perform? Yeah? Are you all ready? Do you all remember the steps? Ready? Good to go? Do your best. This is going to be your best shot, all right? सड़कों पे चले जब लड़कों के दिलों में तू आग लगा दे baby fire नकली से न करे तू. Thank you guys for being such a great sport. Awesome. Are you ready? We have 2 more songs lined up. All right. Next is an awesome song. This takes me back to college. Are you all ready?
Holy day,
Wow, beautiful. I mean, come on. Kudos. Anu, Priya, Balaji, and the lovely lady who's in energy. Koyasan, and the lovely friend there. Good. Amazing, amazing, guys. Priya, do we have time to do one more?
Yes, Swapna, I think we should have time, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Okay. Take a breather. Take a breather. Have some water. Breathe in, breathe out. It's important to do at a pace that's comfortable for everyone. Yeah. So have some water, relax yourself. I hope you're all enjoying and I hope you're all relating. Awesome. Okay, it would be a sin if I don't do a proper kuttu. As Priya Gautama knows, I will not do a session without a kuttu dance. So here we go.
உசிரெடுத்து வச்சுக்கிட்டாத கண்ணால என தின்னாடா கொஞ்சம் தண்ணி போல் அட சொம்புக்குள்ள ஊத்தி வச்சு நித்தம் குடிச்சு என கொண்டாடா என் முட்டை காட்டுல ஆரங்கட்டி மழை பெஞ்சு யாருன்னு ஓடுறத பாரு அடப்பட்டா முச்சிதா என் சட்டையில ஒட்டிக்கிச்சு பட்டாசு போல நான் எடுத்தேன் முட்டை கண்ணால என் முச்செடுத்து போனவதான் கொட்ட பின்னால ஏதோ அனேண்டா உசிரெடுத்து வச்சுக்கிட்டாரு கண்ணால தின்னாடா கொஞ்சம் தண்ணி போல் அட சொம்புக்குள்ள ஊத்தி வச்சு நித்தம் குடிச்சு என கொண்டாடா அவன் அழக பார்த்து போங்கடா அடகட்டு சோறு கட்டி வந்துதா அவங்கள் அழக பார்த்து போங்கடா கண்ணாழ பழச்சவப்பு முத்தாத இளஞ்சிருப்பு மத்தாத அவ இடுப்பு தான் இருக்காத சொன்னால என் உசிரெடுத்து வச்சுக்கிட்டாரு கண்ணால தின்னாடா கொஞ்சம் தண்ணி போல் மனசம்புக்குள்ள ஊத்தி வச்சு நித்தம் குடிச்சு என கொண்டாடா ரேஷன் கார்டில் பேரை ஏத்துவேன் ஒரு நாள் குறிச்சி தட்டு மாத்துவேன் ஊருக்கெல்லாம் செய்தி சொல்லுவேன் காதில் மட்டும் மீதி சொல்லுவேன் பொண்ணு கருப்பட்டி கண்ணு தீப்பெட்டி பெண்ணு தின்னாலே ஒரு பாட்டு ஒத்தா சொல்லால உசிரெடுத்து வச்சுக்கிட்டாரு கண்ணால என்ன தின்னாடா கொஞ்சம் தண்ணி போல் அட சொம்புக்குள்ள ஊத்தி வச்சு நித்தம் குடிச்சு என்ன கொண்டாடா கொண்ட காட்டுல ஆளுங்கட்டி மழை பெஞ்சு யாருன்னு ஓடுறது பாரு அடப்பட்டா முச்சிதா என் சட்டையில ஒட்டிக்கிச்சு பட்டாசு போல அவடுத்த முட்டை கண்ணால என் முச்செடுத்து போனவதான் தொட்ட பின்னால ஏதோ அனேண்டா
Love it. Awesome.
We'll have time for one more, I think. Swapna, if you've got 10 minutes left.
Oh, awesome. I have time. I'm happy. Are you all enjoying? Comment. I would love to hear from you. I want to see the energy. All right.
Super electrifying, Swapna.
Amazing. Thank you. We're going to do a Bhangra. I'm not leaving without a Bhangra. Thank you. Are you all ready for some nice Bhangra? Bhangra. Ready?
'ਨੀਵੀਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਚਿਰ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ ਪੱਲੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੁਖੜਾ ਲੁਕਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ ਨੀਵੀਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਚਿਰ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ ਪੱਲੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੁਖੜਾ ਲੁਕਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ ਐਵੇਂ ਕਰੀ ਨਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਿਆਰ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ ਵੀ ਤੂੰ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੋਈ ਮੁਟਿਆਰ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ ਵੀ ਤੂੰ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੋਈ ਮੁਟਿਆਰ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ ਤੇਰਾ ਕੀ ਕਸੂਰ ਜੇ ਨਸ਼ੀਲੇ ਨੈਣ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਸਿੱਖ ਕੇ ਅਦਾਮਾ ਸ਼ਰਮੀਲੇ ਨੈਣ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਤੇਰਾ ਕੀ ਕਸੂਰ ਜੇ ਨਸ਼ੀਲੇ ਨੈਣ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਸਿੱਖ ਕੇ ਅਦਾਮਾ ਸ਼ਰਮੀਲੇ ਨੈਣ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਸਾਂਭ ਕੇ ਰੱਖਣੀ ਏ ਜੋਬ ਨੀ ਪਟਾਰੀ ਸਾਂਭ ਕੇ ਰੱਖਣੀ ਏ ਜੋਬ ਨੀ ਪਟਾਰੀ ਮੁੜ ਕੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਣੀ ਏ ਬਹਾਰ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੋਈ ਮੁਟਿਆਰ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੋਈ ਮੁਟਿਆਰ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਜਵਾਨੀ ਤੇਰਾ ਰੂਪ ਠੱਠ ਮਾਰਦਾ ਪਤਲਾ ਜਲਕ ਨਾ ਹੁਨਾਰਾ ਵੀ ਸਹਾਰਦਾ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਜਵਾਨੀ ਤੇਰਾ ਰੂਪ ਠੱਠ ਮਾਰਦਾ ਪਤਲਾ ਜਲਕ ਨਾ ਹੁਨਾਰਾ ਵੀ ਸਹਾਰਦਾ ਗੋਰਾ ਰੰਗੀ ਉੱਤੋਂ ਮਿਰਗਾਂ ਜੀ ਤੋਰ ਗੋਰਾ ਰੰਗੀ ਉੱਤੋਂ ਮਿਰਗਾਂ ਜੀ ਤੋਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੇਰੇ ਜਿਹੀ ਸੋਹਣੀ ਕੋਈ ਨਾਰ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੋਈ ਮੁਟਿਆਰ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੋਈ ਮੁਟਿਆਰ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਬੁੱਲਾਂ ਤੇ ਤੇਰੀਆਂ ਕਹਾਣੀਆਂ ਚੰਨੀ ਨੇ ਤਾਂ ਖੰਨੇ ਦੀਆਂ ਗਲੀਆਂ ਵਿਛਾਣੀਆਂ ਚੋਬਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਬੁੱਲਾਂ ਤੇ ਤੇਰੀਆਂ ਕਹਾਣੀਆਂ ਚੰਨੀ ਨੇ ਤਾਂ ਖੰਨੇ ਦੀਆਂ ਗਲੀਆਂ ਵਿਛਾਣੀਆਂ ਜੰਜੂਆ ਤਾਂ ਹੋਇਆ ਤੇਰੇ ਰੂਪ ਦਾ دیਵਾਨਾ ਜੰਜੂਆ ਤਾਂ ਹੋਇਆ ਤੇਰੇ ਰੂਪ ਦਾ دیਵਾਨਾ ਚੱਲ ਸਕਿਆ ਨਾ ਹੁਸਨ ਦਾ ਬਾਹਰ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੋਈ ਮੁਟਿਆਰ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੋਈ ਮੁਟਿਆਰ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ
Oh, amazing. Oh, come on, guys. Beautiful. I loved it. All right. A slow. Awesome. One small cool down. Priya, just 2 minutes. Everyone needs to cool down. So quickly, okay? Before we go. One of the most important parts to actually cool down. So You're going to do a bit of stretches and cool the body down. Okay?
लंबरगिनी चलाई जाने ओ, लंबरगिनी चलाई जाने ओ, सानू भी झूटा दे दो, किथे कल्ले कल्ले जाई जाने ओ, सानू भी झूटा दे दो, किथे कल्ले कल्ले जाई जाने ओ, मॉडल टाउन च मारी गेड़ी, मॉडल टाउन च मारी गेड़ी, सानू भी झूटा दे दो, किथे कल्ले कल्ले जाई जाने ओ, इश्के दा ऐसा
Amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Over to you, Priya.
Thank you, Swapna. I don't think anybody would have seen such an energetic cool down anyway. Thank you so much, Swapna. This is the second year you're doing for us. I've just checked. We've not had any questions or in the chat. So which is good. So that means everybody has been dancing and enjoying. So thank you so much for doing it for Rice.
Swapna, sorry to disturb. It was really nice. I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have a question for you.
Sorry to interrupt, Priya.
Sorry, Anu. Sorry. Finish it.
No, it's fine. I just want to thank her.
Thanks.
You were amazing, Anu. Thank you. You were amazing. And of course, Balaji and the friend or partner, amazing.
So Balaji is actually on call. So thank you for joining, Balaji. Thank you so much. Swapna, I wanted to ask you. So you are in a full-time employment, and I know you run Rhythm. You do at least 4 sessions. How do you find the time? I think it's not just the dance; it's the inspiration you give about time management, which I think will be very useful.
Thank you so much, Priya. They always say when you do something with passion, and when you're doing it as a purpose, and if nothing else matters, you somehow manage and you somehow carve it out. I try to organize my days at least a week in advance, and it helps me a lot. And I try to be committed to whatever I do, and I try to push myself and give my best. And I do take my time off too when I need it, and I'm very particular about that. And I'm very lucky because I have a child who's very supportive. He loves dancing as well, and he's very understanding. And I think it's because he's always seen his journey right from a very young age. So he always motivates me. And, that's only one thing I would always suggest everyone. We always have our jobs, yes, but you also have something on the passion, something as a passion. Don't give up. Don't give up on your dreams. Don't give up on your passion. No matter how hard it is, don't give up. If you're good at something, go get it. That's all I say. Thank you so much, Priya. Thank you.
Thank you. So I presume so people who want to join you so would already be aware that Swapna has a Nrityam Facebook page and Insta page. If you want to add anything regarding that, Swapna, and I also want you to mention about how you relate with these special needs children. I've seen them so well bonded to you. So I think it deserves a minute's mention at least here that you're doing such a wonderful job. So if anybody wants to get in touch with you relating that as well, so I think it'll be very useful if you can make a mention.
Thank you so much, Priya. Yeah. So I teach dance for special children, children with autism, children with different, learning disabilities and all that. But actually, I would always say that they are the normal people because they are very honest, they're very truthful, they can't lie. And if there is love from the heart, it is unconditional, it is truthful. And so I think they are the real people and they are the normal people. So I will never call them special because they are far beyond all that, because they're like my children and they're like my sisters and brothers. So I learned so much from them. I don't teach anything. I learn from them, is all I can say, because they're very extremely truthful. A lot of children are there in this session as well. And I absolutely adore them. They are so extremely talented. I will post it in my post it in the group as well. They're extremely talented dancers, singers, artists, and they are really good in a lot of things that they do. So, and they never give up, no matter what. So they teach me, I don't teach them. Is all I can say.
That says a
Correct.
lot about
And I would love to, and I also have to say that the children have grown so beautifully in just a year's time, because dance can reach anything and everything, to be honest with you. I teach them expressions, I teach them communications as well. I teach them how to express different kinds of emotions and expression, because it's extremely difficult for children with autism to be able to say that, to be able to communicate that. So when we teach them how to express happy, how to express sadness, they're able to actually emote it right now. They know the difference in different emotions and expressions. So if anyone is actually having children with different learning related disabilities, please reach out to me. I'll see what best I can do. It's a beautiful group of children. It's about 40 children now, and you'll be amazed by their energy. So please get in touch with me. I'll see what best I can do. And I'll post my number here. So please leave your messages. But I would love to hear your comments as well. Anything and everything. I welcome constructive criticism. I welcome feedback. That is also very important for me. So thank you, Priya. Thank you so much. I'm extremely humbled and honored to be here.
Thank you so much, Sapna. It was wonderful dancing with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So
Bye.
I'm going to bring a close to this. So after all the energy that we've burnt, I think it's only fair we bury in some calories. So I'm going to hand over to Sonia and Nina, who's going to teach us how to bake. So can't wait. You made us already hungry with your title.
Thank you, Priya Auntie and Swapna Auntie, for that really energetic segment. I hope you can all hear me. Is that okay? Yeah. So today I'm going to, my name is Sonia and I'm in year 11. And today I'm going to be presenting the segment Cooking with Meena Auntie. Now, before we start, I'll give Meena Auntie a quick introduction. So she's a South Indian cultural presenter and a cooking tutor from the West Midlands. She teaches young children the art of cooking as a life skill, which I'm sure you can all agree is extremely important. She's extremely passionate about her job and she teaches authentic Indian recipes, especially South Indian food. She's also the founder and designer of the Colour of India website. Now, today she's going to be doing a live cooking demonstration of curry puffs, and I encourage you all to follow and cook along with her. I'm sure the end result will be delicious. I'm now going to hand it over to Meena Auntie.
Namaskaram, Sonia. Oops. Namaskaram, Sonia. It was so nice to see you finally.
Yeah.
Finally, we are here. Thank you, Hema Garu, for giving me such a wonderful opportunity today. I'm so proud that I'm here today. And Sonia is so young, so I'm so happy to see that she wants to anchor me. So I'm feeling like, oh wow, that's so nice. So I've been watching so many programs today. It's been really fantastic, Hema. Especially so thankful for you, the ideas your team is coming up with. It's amazing ideas, Hema. I've been watching everything and then I'm thinking, oh wow, we can also do something like this in the Zoom. Is amazing. So really big hands off to all the organizing of Race 24 Foundation. And I am really feeling happy that I'm the part of it, that Hema made me part of it. So I'm really grateful for Hema though.
Thank you so much, Meena Garu, for joining us. And it is the entire RISE team, so I just can't take the credit. So, and of course, you are teaching us, so you take the credit as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So today we're going to make, I know everybody likes curry puffs. So today we're going to make especially Hyderabadi style Indian curry puffs that we've been tasted whenever we go to our homeland, Hyderabad. My children love it. So I wanted to make a point that a lot of children have to have vegetables. So that's the reason I thought it's nice to do something with vegetables. It's very healthy. And I'm going to, but while we're making the curry puffs, I'm also going to say a lot of importance about the ingredients, why we add them into our dishes. So there is, because we all know Indian dishes comes a lot of ingredients. We always say towards the Ayurvedic side. So it's like a healing. Our body is healing automatically when we adding these ingredients. So they got a lot of vitamins, they got a lot of importance towards it. So all the classes, I always try to start with a little prayer that I always believe God is one. So starting with the prayer, it connects everyone into a one platform, so that we all do prayer every day. So I want to bring that to my classes also. So there we go. I did little setup. So this, I do this in all the classes. So I try to put all our gods, all our South Indian gods, and I lit this is called Deepam. So I lit it and then I put a fruit. Usually in all my classes, whenever I make vegetarian dishes, I like to offer them to the god, like we do in our South India, because today we are making